Be very clear. Neither the farmer knows nor the lawyer knows what is going on. He is trying to cheat the other person. The other person is trying to cheat this person. Lawyer is thinking he is cheating the farmer. The farmer is thinking the other way. One thing, at least with commandment, you know directly commands are given to you. But when you start reading theologies, in a very cunning, subtle way, the commandments are inserted into your inner space. Logically, you are convinced. Logically, you are convinced to follow these rules. Logically, you are convinced about these teachings, then great damage, permanent damage is done to your consciousness. Let me be very clear. Unless it becomes your experience, any teaching, it does only damage to your inner space. It does great damage to your consciousness. It is better to escape from teachings than having them without the experience. I have one more story. Suddenly one day farmer noticed that one of his cow is missing, and there is a railroad near his farm, and he sued the railroad company thinking that cow has died. And company hired the best lawyer, big lawyer in the city, to settle the matter out of court. Somehow lawyer convinced the farmer. Farmer accepted 50% of what he was claiming and settled. After the settlement, after farmer signed the release form and took the check, lawyer felt really happy and he was not able to keep quiet. He was talking about his victory and he said, I am really happy I won the case because I don't have a single witness. I can't stand in the court. I am happy that we have settled out of court. Farmer said, yes, I am also happy. I was also worried yesterday how to take only half of the amount. But today morning cow came back to the home. So I agreed. Be very clear. Neither the farmer knows nor the lawyer knows what is going on. He is trying to cheat the other person. The other person is trying to cheat this person. Liar is thinking he is cheating the farmer. And farmer is thinking the other way. In the teachings also, the person who teaches, he is thinking, people are all listening, he is talking for them. People are sitting, they are thinking, anyhow he is talking, what to do? I have to sit, I have come. It becomes a sort of a routine. It becomes sort of routine. Anyhow, we are not going to do anything. He is going to speak. Let's have some good time. Please be very clear. Neither teacher knows what he is saying, nor the student understands what he is hearing. All teachings, it adds only more and more words, more and more trouble. That's the reason here, Shiva is not here to convince you. He is here to give the experience.
Understand, if I say Mahavir is the ultimate management guru, not only for the inner world, even for the outer world, he never speaks about how to create or manage the wealth. All he does, He creates a beautiful inner space in which you can accommodate many things. He is not talking about karma yoga. If he talks about karma yoga, you can use those words and make him as a management guru. The other day I was reading an article in Wall Street Journal. The Gita is taking a big shape. Gita is getting an important place in many corporate companies of US. They are using for management. Mahavir is not talking anything about karma yoga. You can easily use teachings related to karma yoga for management. He is not talking anything. He simply does something in your consciousness. You become a leader. He is not telling that you should become a leader. He just makes you a leader. He creates a beautiful inner space. One important thing you should understand. When your inner space is expanded, when you are living with inner richness, outer richness follows you. Not only follows you, it becomes your servant.
We often talk about learning from our mistakes, our past mistakes, or others' mistakes. Aren't those also in a way engrams? How do you explain?
One thing, it can be understood from two angles. First thing, whenever you learn from past experiences, you never store those engrams. If you are constantly brooding over those past mistakes, only then you store them as engrams. If you just learn, you don't have emotional attachment to it. But if you are constantly brooding over, if you are constantly suffering, only then that becomes engram. You can see in your life. One more thing, to tell you honestly, we never learn from our past mistakes. We may do the same mistake in a different angle, that's all. But we never learn from our past mistake. One more thing, intelligence is nowhere related to past. Intelligence is nowhere related to past. Let me give you a small example. Learning from experiences means, first you put your hand, the fire created a matchstick, and you say, oh, matchstick fire burns. Then you put your hand, the cigarette, and you say, oh, cigarette fire burns. Then you put your hand, the charcoal fire, oh, charcoal fire burns. Then you put your hand in the oven fire burns. By the time you come to a clarity through experience, all fire burns, your body will be ready to burn, you will become old. Learning from mistakes, learning from past is something like a long process. It will never be successful. One more thing, doing all mistakes and learning, you don't have time. You don't have time. You don't have time to do all the mistakes and learn. So learning from past mistakes is not a right lesson. Accordingly, that is not a right understanding. It may be a good morality, but not a lifestyle. Morality is different and lifestyle is different. So learning from past mistake and all those things are good lessons to learn in the young age, but not for practicality. Learning should be quantum, completely quantum. Keep your intelligence alive and respond to the moment. That's all. You can never learn from the past. One more thing, even if you learn from the past, you will be doing little better than that. Little better than past is not our life. Life is supposed to be quantum. Updating is not going to work. Only quantum leap is going to work in future. Updating is a old word. I don't think updating is the right word for the future. For future, quantum jump. Quantum leap. That's the only way. So updating your intelligence, learning from past, all these things are nice words to cheat yourself and postpone the growth. We can use all these nice words and hide our mistake. This is a nice word to use in front of your boss, not to your consciousness.
Wherever there is Krishna, the master of all mystics, and wherever there is Arjuna, the supreme archer, there will also certainly be opulence, victory, extraordinary power, and morality. Wherever the name of Krishna, the divine energy of Krishna is present, and wherever Arjuna dwells, there will also be victory, prosperity, wealth, and morality. All the divine positive energy will shower there. He concludes with this beautiful blessing, this beautiful shloka. I prayed and you have all the answers to each specific prayer, yet I fear I am missing something still. If I can't find a way to make the quantum leap now, the easiest way I have ever heard of, does that mean it won't happen? Can you give me the maturity I need?
Now I am giving, take it. Now just now I told you already that you are the right person. So forget about wanting to do something, wanting to live in somewhere, wanting to do anything at all. Now unclench, that's all.
Yes. So just now unclutch, that's all. And Swami says that unclutch in the learning is the old method. Quantum leap, quantum jump is for the transformation. And any learning from the past is actually, it takes a long process, because we don't enough, first of all, we don't have enough time to experiment ourselves and learn from the mistakes that we did. Having the quantum jump, that is only going to work. And so it says Mahavira is the ultimate management guru, because he just makes you a leader. He creates the inner space for you and makes you a leader. So as we are going through today, Arihanta and Mahavira is the one of the greatest Arihanta happened on the planet Earth to create the space of leadership, the space of victory, who has conquered the enemies within. All right. So with this, we'll be moving on to the next session, which is going to be on unlock your potential and become Arihanta. So Arihanta is a person who is not only enlightened, but radiates enlightenment to others, gives that experience to others. And through Arihanta, when you are in the presence of Arihanta, you cannot ignore him. His presence is felt to you. So being in the presence, you can unlock your potential, being in the presence and by becoming Arihanta. So let's enter into this revelation with Swamiji. And so please come to the space of listening. And let's
Leader or the follower is based on consciousness. It is based on the state of your mind, not the status of your chair. Leader is a state, not status. Please be very clear. People who achieve the status without achieving the state never stay in that status. Even if you are in the status, without the state, you will not be enjoying it. If you are in that state, the status will simply follow you. Even if you don't have the status, you will be enjoying your life. So it is necessary to achieve the state, then status. Status will simply follow you if you achieve the state.
Understand, if I say Mahavir is the ultimate management guru, not only for the inner world, even for the outer world. He never speaks about how to create or manage the wealth. All he does, he creates a beautiful inner space in which you can accommodate many things. He is not talking about karma yoga. If he talks about Karma Yoga, you can use those words and make him as a management guru. He simply does something in your consciousness. You become a leader. He is not telling that you should become a leader. He just makes you a leader. He creates a beautiful inner space. One important thing you should understand. When your inner space is expanded, when you are living with inner richness, outer richness follows you. Not only follows you, it becomes your servant. Let us enter into the words of Mahavira. We will understand how he does this great thing through his unique teachings and techniques. So, before entering into the sutras, let's all remember the great master Mahavira and all other Tirthankars, all other great masters, by repeating this mantra. If you all know this mantra, you can repeat. Otherwise, at least remember all the great masters, all the Tirthankars, all the sadhus, all the siddhas, all the acharyas who preserved the science of enlightenment, who protected the science of enlightenment. And let us offer our humble respects to them before entering into their teachings. Let us pray to them. Let them give us intelligence. Let them bless us to realize the truths of their teachings, to experience the truths of what they are teaching to us, to experience what they really want us to learn, what they really want us to do, how they want us to be. Let us pray to them. Namo Arihantanam, Namo Siddhanam, Namo Ayaryanam, Namo Vajjayanam, Namo Loye. Let us first understand this mantra. It's such a wonderful mantra. I'll tell the translation. I'll read the translation. Then we'll try to understand this mantra. I bow in reverence to Arihantas, means the people who have conquered the enemies. Enemy does not mean the outer world enemy, the inner world enemies. I bow in reverence to Siddhas, means all liberated souls. I bow in reverence to Acharyas. I bow in reverence to Ubadhyayas. I bow in reverence to all sadhus. This fivefold salutation destroys all sins, and amongst all auspicious things, this is the most auspicious one. Mangalanancha Savesim. Padamam Havai Mangalam. This mantra, it's an amazing mantra. You should understand a few things before understanding this mantra. See, this great tradition of Mahavir starts with this mantra and ends in this mantra. Whatever he has to say, the whole gist of this tradition is this mantra. Please understand. They are not worshipping the gods who will give wealth. No. They are not worshipping the gods who will give knowledge. No. They are not worshipping the gods who will give power. No. Here he starts, Namo Arihantanam. I bow in reverence to Arihants who achieved the highest truth. Not only who achieved, who are radiating the truth so much that others who go near him, they are also inspired to achieve. Understand? An important truth. Arihant does not mean person who teaches. No. Person who inspires. You can't reproduce enlightenment by teaching. No. If you can, long before we would have started selling. We would have created stores. www.enlightenment.com. Please visit our website to get enlightened. And we would have created enlightenment guaranteed shop. No. Fortunately or unfortunately, you can't create enlightenment in some being by teaching. No. Only by inspiring you can create enlightenment. You can reproduce enlightenment only by inspiring. Arihanta is the person who is radiating the truth so powerfully, so strong. His presence is so intense. Anybody who comes near him, even if they spend few minutes around him, they are inspired. The fire is ignited. The transmission of lamp happens. They feel this is the best state to live in. This is the best space to exist. This is the best thing which can happen to me in my life. Understand? If you go near an enlightened being, even if you have spent 2-3 minutes, suddenly you will feel this is the best thing which can happen to me. If you had that thought in you, only then he is enlightened. Otherwise, be very clear, something is seriously wrong with his enlightenment. If he cannot radiate, if he cannot create that inspiration in you, forget about him. There is something seriously wrong in his enlightenment. Arihanta is a person not only who became enlightened, who radiates it. Just his very presence, you will feel God. He will become fantasy in you. He will inspire you so much. He will occupy your inner space so much. Either you start working towards achieving that state, or you feel, I am not able to. Even if you feel, I am not able to, that's okay. At least you have put the first step. You have started. Understand? Respect towards an enlightened being is the first step towards enlightenment. Means you wanted that state. You will not respect anything unless you agree with that ideology. Unless you have a little bit of attachment, feeling towards that ideology. a subtle feeling that you should also have that same. Unless you get that, you will not have respect for that. If you are respecting somebody beautiful, handsome, be very clear, you have a subtle desire to be in that state, to have that quality. Same way, if you respect a rich guy, there is a subtle desire to have wealth. Anything you respect automatically enters in your inner space. When you say, I bow in reverence to enlightened being, you give respect to enlightenment. Here, you are not bowing down to somebody who will help you when you are in fear. No. You are not bowing down to a king. No. You are not bowing down to a rich guy who will give you money. No. You are not bowing down to a person who will give you logic or philosophy, words. No. No. You are bowing down to a person who inspires, puts the seed of enlightenment in you. There is a beautiful commentary, means the explanation, which says, when you sit in front of an Arihanta, the ultimate conscious being, without your knowledge, without even your conscious understanding, your whole being is integrated towards that one goal, enlightenment. Understand, as on now, you are not one being as you think. Your head is calling you, pulling you in one direction, your eyes are pulling you in the other direction, your ears are pulling you in that different direction. And the commentary says, the Arihanta is a person who creates a group consciousness among parts of your being. As on now, there are so many parts in your being. You have so much of politics amongst the parts. Your head is doing politics against your leg, and your eyes are doing politics against your ears. Because ears want something else, your eyes want something else, and your tongue wants something else, and your touch wants something else. Each guy is having his own agenda, and they are having big problem amongst themselves. Finally, you are suffering. When your indriyas suffer, when your indriyas fight among themselves, your consciousness will be suffering. Understand? When your senses and mind fighting amongst themselves, your consciousness, your inner space will be suffering. Arihanta is a person in whose presence all your senses, indriyas and the mind is integrated by itself. Understand? In front of a warrior, automatically you will feel that you are supposed to behave with respect. Just by his presence, you will not talk anything. It is called sthana bala. In Sanskrit we use the word sthana bala. Anybody who holds that seat, that very sthana, you just go in front of it and sit silently and come out. You know, if you talk, what will happen? The results. Just the very sthana bala, you will be frightened. Same way, in the presence of the Arihanta, just the very presence, just the sthana bala, your senses will be integrated. Your inner personality, your mind, indriya, buddhi, chitta, everything will be integrated. Because all your senses, they know he has killed all his enemies. Any moment he may kill me also. let me be silent. For example, if you are going and sitting in front of a person who has done 100 murders, will you talk? Will you oppose him? Unless you are mad. You know he has killed all his enemies. So, if I give an idea that I am also his enemy, simply I will be killed. You will keep quiet. Same way, all your senses, your mind, they know he has killed his enemies. Arihanta, who has conquered all his enemies. So naturally, he will kill me also. Better let me keep quiet. Your personality will be integrated just by his presence. Understand? This bowing down, remembrance will invoke their presence. You need to understand an important thing. Remembrance is not just thinking. In ordinary things like a flower or a sweet, in ordinary things, remembrance is just thinking. But when it comes to an enlightened beings, remembrance is invoking their presence. It is called avahana. When you remember enlightened beings, they are there in front of you. You invoke their presence because constantly they are waiting, they are available. They are waiting just to help you. Please understand, when you remember some object of the outer world, that object doesn't have intelligence or power to appear in front of you, to be there in front of you. But enlightened beings are not objects. They are energy and intelligence. One more thing, which is a very important thing you need to understand. Enlightened masters, even if they leave the body, they will have to retain their sukshma sarira, subtle body. They will have to make themselves available. They will have to available for all of you. Please understand, till you all become enlightened, they can't disappear. Even if they have given up their body, you will be very intense in whatever you are doing. When you see there is a hill in front of you, when you are clear, you will not bother to take a diversion. Your whole energy will take diversion and your ego will not be hurt. That is why no river needs a navigator to the ocean. If your ego is hurt, you will become a lake and you need a navigator to the ocean. Fortunately, no signboards for any river. Here is ocean. No, but all rivers reaches the ocean. They achieve the goal. When you are intense and ready to flow, you will achieve the goal. That's all.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om.
Yes, welcome back. So there was a wonderful revelations by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the nature of Arihantas. So Arihantas are enlightened beings, beings that they're not just enlightened, but they also radiate enlightenment. They inspire just through their very presence. They bring alignment between all your different parts. All your parts usually pull in different directions. All your senses pull in different directions. But in their presence, all your senses, all your parts are integrated, are, are aligned. They inspire and occupy your space so much in their presence that you cannot help but be in that same space. Somji also beautifully told about how enlightened masters, once enlightened masters pass away, they're not as unavailable as we think they are. So they are still available. They have to be available to make themselves available to us. So even just remembrance of the master, of the enlightened being, invokes their presence for you. They are available. They make their subtle body available for you. So you can still call on to them. You can still invoke them, and they have to help you out. They make themselves available for you.
Yes, Swami says that first, before entering into this revelation, Swami bow down to all the acharyas, all the masters, all the arihantas for keeping this science of enlightenment alive. And even we are hearing these signs of enlightenment, it is because these masters, gurus, acharyas have kept these signs of enlightenment alive. So we are fortunate enough with that deep reverence and gratitude. Take a moment and let's bow down. Yes. All right. So with this, we'll be entering into the next, which is going to be on the detox. And today, the detox is on Ati Maduram. To maintain a good health. Now, in order to maintain a good health, you need about 2 to 3 hours of deep sleep. Yes, not the sleep when most time when we sleep, we are in the dreaming state. But when you go beyond deep, which much deeper layer, which is deep sleep, then we are actually sleeping. That is, if we have 2 to 3 hours of deep sleep, then being in the deep sleep state for 2 to 3 hours brings us good health. Additionally, you need another 2 to 3 hours in the dream state just to keep yourself healthy and to cope up with the reality and the 5 states of consciousness. Again, see, to maintain a good health, you need 2 to 3 hours in the deep sleep state. Additionally, you need another 2 to 3 hours in the dream state. Keep yourself healthy and cope up with the reality and the 5 states of consciousness. You can support your healthy sleeping by taking the following items. Will be projecting this slide for you so that you can note down these. And these are the Adhimadram. All right. Yes. So as you can see, it says first is Athimaduram, second is malic acid, third castor oil, fourth is neem juice. So these will support you for healthy sleeping. If you want, you can take a moment and pen down all these 4. Yes, take a moment and pen down these 4 herbs or the ways how you can keep yourself healthy. Yes, take a moment and write down all these 4: Adhimadram, malic acid, castor oil, and neem juice. which supports your healthy sleeping. And also, you can also take down the two points which is mentioned above, like 2 to 3 hours of deep sleep is required for you to be in have maintain the good health. And additionally, you need 2 to 3 hours of dream state to keep yourself healthy. So take a moment and pen down. Make sure that you are writing these points. Yes.
Yes. Now we're displaying a detox from the personal diet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyanaanda Paramashivama. Detoxing of internal organs. You can do detoxing of internal organs with Haitaki, Triphala, and castor oil. Also with Arugampul, which is Bermuda grass or Durva grass. So Arugampul juice. And of course, Atimaduram, which is talked about Atimaduram, which is licorice root powder. You can rotate them in your dietary schedule. So you can, for example, in day 1, you can take castor oil and Triphala, and in day 2, you can take Haritaki and Atimaduram. So these are from the personal diet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, of Swamiji himself. So if you wish to take a moment and write these down as well, this example from the personal diet of Swamiji. Yes, and you can relax now. So I hope you've had a chance to write this down. So these are important for your healthy sleeping. And of course, this is also a detox that we gave as an example from the very diet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. All right. And by the way, if you have any further questions, any questions with regards to these, please let us know in the chat. We're only too happy to respond to you.
Yes. So now we'll be entering into the chant which Swamiji had actually before bowing down to all the masters, he chanted these mantra. We'll be having this opportunity to chant this mantra to invoke the masters. Swami says that the moment you invoke the presence, when you remember the master, it's not just remembrance, you invoke their presence. Because they are not absent as we think, they are not present as we think. So this following chant is from the Jain Sutras of the enlightened masters called Mahavira. Enlightened master called Mahavira. The 5 salutations to all Arihantas. The one that are victorious all over their inner worlds. So the chant itself is Namo Arihantanam, which means I bow down to enlightened souls. Namo Siddhanam, which means I bow down to the liberated souls. Namo Ariyanam, which means I bow down to religious leaders. Namo Ujjayanam, I bow down to religious teachers. Namo Loye Savya Sahunam, I bow down to all monks of the world. Esha Panchana Monkaro. These 5 salutations are capable of Swa Pashpa or Panashanu, which means destroying all the sins, and this is Mangalancha Savation, the first happiness among all forms. Padhamam Havai Mangalam, of happiness. Yes. So we'll be taking few minutes and chanting these mantras.
Yes, and requesting everyone to please chant along with us. And if you're unable to chant along, you can just listen to the chanting itself. So Namo Arihantanam, Namo Siddhanam, Namo Ayariyanam, Namo Uvajayanam, Namo Loe Sarva Sahunam, Esho Panchnam Mukaro, Sarva Bhava Panasano, Mangalancha Sarvestin, Padmam Havai Mangalam. Namo Arihantanam, Namo Siddhanam, Namo Ayaryanam, Namo Vajayanam, Namo Loe Sarva Sahunam, Esupanchna Mukaro, Sarva Bhava Panasano, Mangalancha Sarvesin, Adhamam Havai Mangalam. We can display this for participants as well. You can chant along with us. And yes. Namo Arihantanam, Namo Siddhanam, Namo Ayaryanam, Namo Uvajayanam, Namo loe sarva sahunam esu panchna mukharo sarva pava panasano mangalancha sarvesim adamam havai mangalam. Namo Aryahantanam, Namo Siddhanam, Namo Ayariyanam, Namo Vajjayanam, Namo Loe Sarvasahunam, Eshopanchnamukaro, Sarvapavapanasano, Mangalancha Sarvesim, Atmam Havai Mangalam. Namo Aryahantanam, Namo Siddhanam, Namo Ayariyanam, Namo Uvajayanam, Namo Lue Sarvasahunam, Eshupanchnamukharo, Sarvapava Panasano, Mangalancha Sarvasim, Athamam Havai Mangalam. Namo Aryahantanam, Namo Siddhanam, Namo Ayariyanam, Namo Vajayanam, Namo Loe Sarvasahunam, Eshupanchnamukharo, Sarvapava Panasano, Mangalancha Sarvesim, Adamam Havai Mangalam. Namo Aryahantanam, Namo Siddhanam, Namo Ayariyanam, Namo Uvajayanam, Namo Loe Sarvasahunam, Eshopanchnamukharo, Sarvapava Panasano, Mangalancha Sarvasim, Adhamam Havai Mangalam. All right. So by chanting this mantra, we invoke the Arihantas. So we just spoke about the Arihantas, the enlightened masters that not just are enlightened, but radiate the very enlightenment itself.
With this space, as science says, it is the inner space, richness of the inner space. And if you have the inner space of inner richness, then outer richness already follows you. So with this, let's enter into the power manifestation. And today we are doing the power of body scanning. Body scanning, where you'll be scanning your own body or partner's body through the power of third eye. So before we enter into the manifestation itself, let's go through the Sastra Pramana, which is the scriptural reference for manifesting the power of body scanning, which goes as Swadehe Jagato Vapi Sukshma Sukshmatarani Cha Tatvani Yani Nilayam Dhyatvante Vejyate Para. The translation of this verse goes as cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principles of your whole body, Swadeha, of the whole universe, simultaneously consists of existential reality. They are being absorbed in the source, cause Sadashiva. By the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power, Adi Parashakti, reveals, and the super power manifestation happens.
All right, so let's get ready for the first round. In this first round, we will scan the overall health and wellness of your body. So requested participants, let us come to a space of restful awareness. So we will scan the health and wellness of your body. Let us sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. You can close your eyes if you wish. You don't have to, but you can close your eyes if you wish. And let us once again invoke Swamiji in our inner space. In the same way, we invoke the Arihantas just by remembrance. Swamiji is available for us. So just remembering Swamiji in your inner space invokes Swamiji in your very inner space, in the area just below your heart center. Let us feel Swamiji's love, his compassion, his infinite grace just showering upon us, radiating from this inner space inside you. Feel Swamiji's energy just flowing throughout your entire body, reaching out to every cell in your body, every one of the trillions of cells we have in our bodies, every one being flooded with this superconscious energy. Just take a moment and feel that energy, feel that superconscious energy. Now let us move our gaze to the third eye, just between the eyebrows, the Anya chakra, and let us, through our third eye, look into Swamiji's third eye. And as we do so, we create a connection to Swamiji's third eye. And we feel this energy, as from that connection, we feel this energy, this buzzing in our third eye. Now let us start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Yes, continue chanting this Mahavakya. And from this space of oneness with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, let us start scanning the overall health of our body. Let us start going from head to toe, just slowly scanning from the head all the way down, all the way through. And put this question to Swamiji: show me the overall health of my body. Let us now begin.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, you can now relax. And just take a moment and share with us your experience. And what did you see for this power manifestation, the power of body scanning? And we also welcome Ma Anathan, welcome Ma Nityananda. And we also welcome Ma Lata, welcome Ma Nityananda. So once again, requesting participants, as part of this body scanning power manifestation, let us know how you went, what you experienced, and what did you see. Take a moment to share.
And fans share, just feeling very happy. Yes, you can see you're smiling. Thank you for sharing though. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Mark. We are happy that you are happy, Mark.
Yes.
So yes, requesting participants, let us know your experience as part of this power manifestation, the power of body scanning. So Klaus Aya, let us know how you went as well. So we have been asking for a body scanning. This is also your chance, especially now that you've started to power manifest as well. Let us see this power manifestation as well, this power of body scanning in action.
So that's it. I didn't see anything.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing, Aya. So in terms of this power manifestation, because you are actually scanning your own body, it can take form, it can take shape in any different ways. So it might not necessarily be just a seeing thing. It might be while you're scanning through, you might get a feeling here and there, and something that gives you some sort of information about the general health of the body itself.
All right. So if you are still sharing, please take a moment and share.
Yes, we also have Ma Tash VP, Ma Lu Yun Jen, Ma Anupama. If you did take part in this power manifestation, please take a moment and share with us your experience.
Also requesting show waving to be available in the camera. Wang, Shi, Wen to be switch on your camera and be available.
And also Markeli Wen, please be available in the camera frame as well, please, Ma. And also we have a participant with a Chinese character label. I think it's Kai, if I'm not mistaken. Requesting if you could please switch on your camera and be available in the camera frame itself for the entirety of this program. All right, so if you're still sharing, please go ahead and share. And of course, it's important to share. We stress out every day. It is important to share because this is how you get confidence, confidence that you are in fact manifesting. See, if you just try to remember, yes, I manifested something, I saw something, you're eventually going to forget. So it's not going to stick in your mind. But if you share, it reinforces this belief, this understanding that you can actually manifest this power. So the moment you share, you strengthen this belief. And with belief comes even a stronger power manifestation. So requesting everyone, please make sure that you do share. It will be only better for you, only best for you.
It's someone share that the moment you start sharing, and if you don't share, in a while you will forget that click that happened to you. And if you keep on sharing and enriching, that click will keep on maintaining and it will grow, start to strengthen. So it's important not to just have the click, but to start sharing as well.
See, it's in a similar way to a piece of knowledge. So let's say you read something in a book, or you hear the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and you say, "Hey, that's a really good piece of information. I really want to remember this." If you just try to remember it 2 years down the line, for example, you're going to forget it. But if you write it down and revisit it again and again and again, it becomes ingrained in your mind. So you start living that. You start making it as part of your lifestyle. So this is the difference. If you just do the power manifestation, but you don't share, it's eventually once you finish this program, you're going to go away, you won't practice it again. If you start sharing, you start believing, you start understanding that this is a possibility, a real possibility for you, and it is a real something that you can make your lifestyle, then you make it a lifestyle, you start doing it again and again and again, and it becomes the very essence of you. All right, so let us now move on to the next segment.
And the next segment is going to be on enter into the bargain of your life. Actually, the enter into the best bargain of your life. So let's come to the space of listening.
नमो अरिहन्तानम् नमो सिद्धानम् नमो आयर्यानम् नमो उवज्जायानम् नमो लोये सव्वसाहूनम् एषो पञ्चनमक्कारो सर्वपावपनाशनो मङ्गलानां च सवेसिं पदमं हवैः मङ्गलम्. I bow in reverence to Arihantas, means the people who have conquered the enemies. Enemy does not mean the outer world enemy, the inner world enemies. I bow in reverence to Siddhas, means all liberated souls. I bow in reverence to Acharyas. I bow in reverence to Ubadhyayas. I bow in reverence to all sadhus. This fivefold salutation destroys all sins, and amongst all auspicious things, this is the most auspicious one. Mangalanancha Savesim. Padamam Havai Mangala. A small incident which happened in Nisargadatta Maharaj, a great enlightened being who lived in India. Somebody asked him, Master, you say the enlightened beings don't have karma. Then how you are speaking with us? How you are able to talk? Nisargadatta Maharaj says, I am not talking to you. He is talking and he is saying, I am not talking to you. The disciple was completely confused. He said, what are you saying? I am not talking to you. And you are talking to me. And you are saying, I am not talking to you. The Master says, Maharaj says, because you want, you are getting the answers from this system. This system is programmed to respond like a voicemail. Automatic intelligence which responds to you. That's all. Otherwise, the system itself does not have an ego like you. Understand? You can't say automatic replying machine is living mechanism. No. It just responds to you because you wanted somebody to respond. Maharaj says, I am responding to you because this is the way you wanted. And he says beautifully, if somebody approaches me with the attitude of dasabhava, means servant, I look like a leader. If somebody approaches me with the attitude of a disciple, I look like a master. If somebody approaches me with the attitude of father and son, I look like a father. So, whatever attitude they have, just I reflect it. I just fulfill what they want. Otherwise, I myself don't have any identity or ego. He says, I am not talking to you. You are listening the answers which you want to listen, which you need to listen. That's all. Automatic replying system. They are not present as we think. Same way, enlightened beings who have left the body, they are not absent as you think. When they had a body, their presence had a body. When they left the body, their presence does not have a body. That's all. Otherwise, having a body or not having a body is no way going to disturb or change you connecting with that master. Understand? As far as master is concerned, whether they have the body or not, it's not going to disturb them. It is not going to change anything. It is not going to, they are not going to miss anything. So do not think just because they don't have a body, you can't experience their presence. This simple remembrance can invoke their presence immediately in that very moment, wherever you are. Remembering them will simply create their presence because they are waiting. They are waiting to be called. The TV advertisements, you see that operators are waiting for your call. Please call now, call now, call now. Same way, masters are waiting. Please chant now, chant now, chant now. They are waiting, available. All you need to do is remembering them. Just the remembrance is enough. You will see that their presence is in front of you. They are not absent as you think. Just because you are not able to see the stars, you can't say stars doesn't exist. Same way, Just because you don't see them with your eyes, you can't say they don't exist. Only one benefit, if the master is with the body, you may be able to feel him with all your five senses. If he is without the body, you have to feel him, experience him only in the inner space, which is beyond body. That's all. But you can verily experience him because they can't disappear till you become enlightened. During initiation, before every initiation, all the masters, enlightened beings, they take vow. Understand? During initiation, don't think only you take vows. Only you make commitments. Master also makes commitments. He says, till you become enlightened, the energy which is working through this body, even if this body is dropped, will help you and assist you till you reach the same state in which I am living. That's the commitment all the masters gave. Till you achieve that same enlightened state, even if this body drops, this energy promises you to guide. That is the commitment a master takes. Understand? So even Mahavir leaves the body, he has to make himself available to all of us till we become enlightened, till we achieve enlightenment. He has to make himself available. The moment you remember these great masters, you will see their presence is there in front of you. And next line, I bow in reverence to Siddhas, means the liberated souls. The word Namo, you should understand that word also. Namo means you offer I and mine, ahankar and mamakar. Na mama, ahankar and mamakar, you offer both, me and mine, I and mine. See, important thing, it is very easy to offer mine, means wealth. You can very easily give wealth, check. Because after some time, all rich guys feels the futility of wealth. What will you do? What will you do? Now you can buy anything which money can buy. After all these basic things, what will you do with the money? Maybe more and more zeros are getting added in your bank balance sheet. And in this country, you don't even see the currency. Only 2% is in the printed currency form. Only the passbook or the bank balance, more and more zeros are getting increased. And for that zeros, you give your whole life and you are constantly running. And finally, the person who is making you run, only those leaders' egos are expanding and you don't even know what are you going to do. And suddenly you will leave all the zeros one day and become zero. And after some time, all rich people feel the futility of wealth. What to do? It's okay. It is very easy to give money. I have seen all rich guys erecting temples in every city. Why? They understood there is no value. There is no value. Money is valuable only till you achieve all your basic needs. A rich guy knows money is valuable only for a common man who has not achieved fulfillment in his basic needs. Giving the mind is not a big thing, very easy. But giving I is the real thing. Giving I is the real thing. If you give I, you become God in the temple. If you give mind, you become a person who builds temples. That's all. Mahavir became Mahavir because he gave I. He gave away the I. He dropped the ego. He has gone beyond the ego. He has gone beyond the I and mine. Understand? Do you want to be a donor or do you want to be a person who is sitting inside the temple? You want to become a worshipper or the person who receives the worship? The moment you give away the I, you become a person who receives the worship. If you are giving away only the mind, you are worshipper. Person who gives up I and mind both, he becomes the Arihanta. Now, when you give away your I and mind to the Arihantas, you achieve the same state in which they are living. There is a beautiful stotra, a beautiful line by a great enlightened master, Ramana Maharshi. Let me repeat the words and then I will translate. Amazing line. Tandadu yendanai kondadu undanai sadurar yargolo arunachala. This is a verse in Tamil. He says, I gave me and mine and got you and what you are having. Who is the winner in this game? Tell me, Arunachala. Tell me, O Lord. Understand? I gave up I and mine, but achieved what you and what you are having. Now who is the winner in this game? You got only what I had. See, normally what you will have? Sarira rogamaya, mana sogamaya, atma dukkhamaya. That's all. This three is your property. Sarira rogamaya means the body with sickness. As long as you have head, you will have headache. As long as you have knee, you will have knee pain. As long as you have body, it will be rogamaya. Sarira rogamaya, mana sogamaya. Mind means depression. Understand? If you don't have depression, you will feel something missing in you. Now if you don't have anything to worry, suddenly you feel empty in a vacuum. And you are thinking, what is happening? I am not having anything to worry. What is going on in me? And you feel lonely. And you catch something and start worrying. Manas sogamaya and atma dukkhamaya. Your inner space filled with pain and sufferings. This is what is our property. When we surrender these things with an enlightened being, an enlightened master, the Arihanta, let us see what is his properties. Sarira tejomaya means sarira with which they are not even connected. Tejomaya means the conscious, filled body. See, there is a beautiful verse which says Mahavir's body is filled with milk. Understand, it's a metaphysical example. You need to understand, it means he is filled with a consciousness. Do not visualize in a physical way. Oh, if he is filled with milk. The story says when a snake has bitten him, only milk came out of his body. It's a metaphysical example. If you start thinking, oh, if he is filled with the milk, then what will happen if it becomes butter, if it becomes ghee? Don't think in an ordinary physical way. Try to understand the truth behind the story. He is filled with such a overflowing consciousness. Milk is considered as a very sacred thing, auspicious thing in those days. That's why they use the milk as a simile example to say is overflowing. Sarira tejomaya means the body which is filled with consciousness, overflowing. That is why he doesn't feel like covering with cloth. He is radiating, liberated. Does not need to cover itself. You see, we cover our body because we feel it's ugly. Really. We feel We don't feel completely settled inside our boundary. We always want to change the dimensions of our body. Some way, the moment you think somebody is beautiful, be very clear, you are not completely comfortable with your body. The moment you think somebody is beautiful, I am not talking about the male getting attracted towards the female. No. I am talking about male feeling, this guy is so handsome, I should look like him. Female feeling, oh, she is so beautiful, I should look like her. The moment you start appreciating somebody else's body, means you are not completely comfortable with your dimensions. You try to work on your dimensions. Be very clear. The other person may be handsome or beautiful, but you can't enjoy just even a cup of coffee through that body. You can't enjoy even a cup of coffee through that body. You have to experience only through this body. Sharira Tejomaya means filled with consciousness, completely comfortable inside your body. Stiram Sukham is called Tejomaya. If you are completely settled and completely comfortable, then it is Tejomaya. Mana, masters doesn't have mind, so there is no description about mind. Atma, Anandamaya, radiating the bliss. Understand? If you surrender whatever you have, actually what you have, we don't have even something worthy of surrendering. That is the truth. We don't even have actually something worthy to surrender also. And we may think that we have something. All you need to do is have a little bit of intelligence of what you really have. Simply you will surrender. All I am telling you is just see the accounts properly with the open eyes. You will surrender. You will realize Sariras Rogamaya, Manas Sogamaya, Anma Dukkamaya. Simply you will surrender. You will surrender. There is a beautiful sutra in which Mahavir is speaking about the past life. The Bhashyakara, the later Acharyas, they are explaining beautifully. The intelligence about the past life will help you to surrender, because you will understand you are doing the same nonsense again and again. Again and again you are creating wealth. By the time you created the wealth, you are gone and finished. Then again you start the same game. By the time you feel enough and you relax, you are no more. When you get this intelligence, you are doing the same nonsensical game again and again. You decide, now I am not going to do the same game. Enough. It is time to break free from the circle. This Janana Marana, the Samsara Bandha. You decide to liberate yourself. When you offer whatever you have with the word Namo, Na Mama, let me surrender that I and me at the feet of Arihantas, immediately you will achieve what they have. See, to tell you honestly, surrendering is the best way to get the ultimate thing. When you offer whatever you have, simply no other way, they have to open whatever they have. It's no other way. No other way. The moment you open up, they have to open up. Somebody told me that knock and it shall be opened. I tell you, you don't even have to knock. He is standing in your door. Just open, he will come in. He is knocking. All you need to do is, you need to open your doors. That's all. You don't even have to go to his door and knock. He is knocking at your doors. Open, nothing else. When you open, he has to open, and he is already open. Surrender the I and mind. Sarira Rogamaya Mana Sogamaya and Anma Dukkamaya. Achi Sarira Tejomaya and Mana Sukamaya. Of course, when it becomes Sukamaya, you can't call that as a mind. The idea, the name mind will be lost when it becomes Sukamaya. Anma Anandamaya means bliss, filled with bliss. That is what the word Namo means. I offer I and mine to Arihantas. Actually, it's a wonderful business. Best bargain. Offering you and achieving them. You can't imagine the best bargain. I bow in reverence to the Arihantas. I bow in reverence to Siddhas, liberated souls. I bow in reverence to Acharyas who keep the tradition alive. Understand? Even if somebody is not enlightened, if he is working for enlightenment, he is also worthy of respect. That is the important thing you need to understand. See, if 100 people are running, only one will win. But that does not mean the people who ran, they are not worthy of your respect. One person can win only if 100% can run. If you stop the very tradition of running, just because 99 are defeated, you can't expect that one person who will win. No. Only if thousands of people dedicate their life, that group consciousness, group energy which gives inspiration for people to run, one or two may achieve. So understand, if I have achieved something in my life, it is not just by me. All the sannyasis, all the sadhus, all the acharyas, they all have contributed to me, directly or indirectly. Even the confidence which I received by seeing them was reason for me to continue my running, continue my journey. I always tell people, understand, my enlightenment or whatever I achieved is the gift from this whole tradition. When I see so many sadhus, so many enlightened, so many Mahatmas, so many Swamis, I got the confidence, I should also become Swami. I should also take up this life. The group indirectly inspires you and gives you the confidence and courage. Recently we had a Kumbh Mela in India. I took all my brahmacharis and swamis, told them all of you should come. They asked, why Swamiji? We have so much of work in the ashram. One batch can go and one batch can be here. I said no. Only when you see 2 million sadhus, this Kumbh Mela is attended by 2 million sadhus. Totally, the estimated crowd is 90 million and 2 million sadhus and sannyasis. I told them, only when you see the 2 million sadhus, you will understand and have courage and confidence on this philosophy of sannyas. So acharyas are also responsible for enlightened beings happening on the planet Earth. For people achieving the Arihanta state and Siddha state. That is the reason we bow down to acharyas also. And I bow in reverence to Ubadhyayas, whoever is carrying that philosophy, whoever is carrying those truths. He may not have experienced in his life. A librarian may not have read all the books and become an intelligent person in his life, but he takes care of the library for other people to experience. If somebody becomes a great scientist by using a library, the librarian also has contributed. He himself may not have become a scientist, but the person who preserved all the literature, he is also responsible for that scientist. So, we bow down in reverence to all the Ubadhyayas. I bow in reverence to all sadhus, all the monks and nuns who have dedicated their life to this goal. Understand? This is the only tradition which respects the people who are even traveling in the path of enlightenment. Let me be very honest. In Buddhism, Buddham Saranam Gacchami, Dhammam Saranam Gacchami, Sangham Saranam Gacchami. That's all. Buddha is respected and his teachings are respected and his Sangha, his community is respected. Of course, in community you may add the word, the people who are enlightened or the teachers who are carrying the truth, they are respected. But here, Mahavir takes one step further. I bow in reverence to all sadhus. Namo Sarva Sahunam. This actually great inspiration for all the people who are in the path, in the spiritual journey. He says, I bow in reverence to even the sadhus, monks and nuns who are working towards the great goal, great truth. And the next line, beautiful line, this fivefold salutation destroys all sins naturally. When you respect the great masters, the idea to respect their teachings also starts growing in you, and those teachings will naturally destroy all the sins engrams in your life. Understand, sins does not mean the acts which you committed, it is engrams which you carry, samskaras which you carry, that is sins. When you bow down, when you offer the eye and mind to Arihanta, simply the samskaras which you carry will be destroyed. Patanjali says beautifully, you don't have to create a canal to get water. Just remove the obstruction. The water will flow towards you. So you don't have to achieve enlightenment. Remove the obstructions which you are having, the eye and mind. You will have enlightenment. It will simply happen in you. You are only just stopping it. The eye and mind is the blockage. Surrender it at the feet of Arihantas. Arihanta is alive. It is difficult to surrender. You will be afraid that he may take it away. It is very difficult to surrender when a master is living. Now, we don't even have that problem. See, let me tell you a small story. One blind man, he was trying to find a stick for walking. So, he was searching something. Somehow by mistake he got a frozen snake. He was staying in Himalayas, in the cold. The snake was frozen. He thought that is a stick and started using it for walking. One enlightened being saw this and told, hey, drop that. In 1 hour when the sun comes, the snake will come back to life and it will bite you. You will be killed. Please drop that snake. You are not carrying a stick, you are carrying a snake. That guy said, no, I know it is a snake. You take care of your work, leave me. And the master said, no, you are carrying a snake, leave it. Then that guy started shouting, I think you don't have a stick. That's why you are asking me to drop. The moment I drop, you may pick up this stick. And master told no. Master forced him to drop the stick. And this guy started beating the master with the same snake. Understand? Same way, when Arihantas say, drop eye and mind, you may think that, I think he doesn't have, that's why he's asking me to drop, he may pick it up when I drop. If I drop this too, he may take it away. No. He is not asking you to drop for himself. And now we don't even have that problem. We have only his presence. So understand, sincerely offer yourself at the feet of these great masters. You will see the conscious transformation starts from this moment. From this moment. Whatever samskaras, sins you have, will be washed away, will be destroyed. And amongst all auspicious things, this is the most auspicious one. Understand? Best thing you can ever do in your life is dropping your I and mind at the feet of enlightened beings. The sutra says the best thing which can happen to your life is dropping the I and mind at the feet of Arihantas. Maybe we'll take few minutes. Integrate your whole being and offer the whole thing at the feet of the great enlightened masters, Arihantas, Siddhas, Acharyas, Ubadhyayas and Sadhus. Let us do it with full sincerity. Understand? Do not think, I chanted this mantra lakhs of times, what is going to happen now? I know this mantra. No. Now, do it with intensity. Tell them, please use this body, radiate in this body. Enough, I abused this body. I abused whatever I have, I and mind. It is time you all take charge of this and let you all use this. Let me offer the I and mind at your disposal, at your feet. Let you all fill this body and mind. Whatever I have, I and mind, please sincerely let us offer at their feet. You will see this destroys all samskaras. The ultimate thing, the best thing which can happen to human being, which can happen to you, will happen this moment. This moment. It says, Mangalanancha Savesi Padamam Havai Mangalam. The most auspicious, amongst all auspicious things, this is the most auspicious one. The best thing which can happen to your being will happen the moment you bow down, you surrender the I and mind at the feet of these great masters. Let us take few minutes, close your eyes. If you know this mantra, you can repeat or at least offer yourself with a intense devotion. First, feel connected to these great masters, all the 24 Tirthankaras and Arihantas, Siddhas, Acharyas, Ubadhyayas, Sadhus. First, feel deeply connected towards all of them for bringing the science of enlightenment to the planet Earth and keeping it alive for so many thousands of years, through which we are enriching our life, our inner space. Namo Arihantanam, Namo Siddhanam, Namo Ayaryanam, Namo Vajjayanam, Namo Loye Savasahunam, Eso Vanchanamakaro Savapapanasano Mangalanancha Savesim Padamam Havai Mangalam. I bow in reverence to Arihantas. I bow in reverence to Siddhas. I bow in reverence to Acharyas. I bow in reverence to Vadhyayas. I bow in reverence to all sadhus. This fivefold salutation destroys all sins, and amongst all auspicious things, this is the most auspicious one.
Yes. So when you surrender I and mine, you will have what Arihantas have. When Swami says that his own story, he is grateful to all those teachers and all the sadhus who have inspired. Because as he gave me the example of Kumbh Mela, he took all the sannyasis to the Kumbh Mela, so that when they see all the sannyasis, millions of sannyasis, they will get inspired to live the lifestyle. They will have the courage to live the lifestyle, because everything that inspires to have that enlightenment. Swamiji himself shared that whether it is teachers, whether it's upadhyayas, all the arihantas, bowing down to everybody, because these keep this enlightenment science alive. All we have to do is drop our I and mind. When we drop I and mind, we will have that which they have.
Yes, and also, so Swamiji beautifully told about this verse, enlightened master in South India, that said, I gave me and mine and got you and yours, what you have. So who is the winner in this? See, the Arihantas, as we just mentioned, are inspirations to all those who are seekers, all those who are seeking enlightenment. And Swamiji told us very beautifully, the only thing you don't have to achieve enlightenment. The only thing you have to do is remove the blockages. And the blockages are the I and mine. It's as simple as that. You remove the I and mine, and enlightenment simply happens.
Yes. And Swami shares that body is sickness, and Sharira Rogamaya, and Atma Dukkhamaya, Mano Shokamaya. His body is sickness, mind is depression, and the inner space is filled with suffering. So when you drop everything, you enter the space of Arihanta. All right. So with this, we'll be moving on to the internalization exercise. So
Yes, sorry for that technical glitch. All right, so let us now move directly into the internalization exercise.
Yes. And as we just had the revelation by Swamiji on dropping I and mind. So let's first enter into the internalization exercise on active ego, passive ego, and social ego. Let's understand first what is active ego. Active ego is characterized by over self-importance and arrogance. So when you give so much of self-importance, over self-importance and arrogance, that is a characteristic of active ego. Now, individuals with active ego often seek to assert their dominance over other people. You can find a lot of example for the active ego just by this words, just by this as Swamiji reveals. So active ego is characterized by overt self-importance and arrogance. Individuals with an active ego often seek to assert their dominance over other people. Now, so let's take a few moments. Have the pen and paper with you. Identify and pen down where you are acting out of active ego and through which words it is expressing in you. Understand? It might be a little difficult to look into yourself, find the active ego, but this is time. Nobody is watching your notebook and nobody is reading out. So have the pen and paper with you. Spend some time with you and look at where you are acting out of the active ego and through which words it is expressing in you. So please go ahead, take a minute and perform this internalization exercise.
Yes. Now let's move on to the next step, which is the passive ego. The passive ego is subtle and cunning. Individuals with a passive ego may appear humble and shy away from taking responsibility, but they are actually just guarding their own self-image, protecting their own ego from being hurt. So let us identify and pen down where you are acting out of passive ego through which words it is expressing in you. So once again, passive ego is subtle and cunning. Individuals with a passive ego may appear humble. So many times, even ourselves, we act humble and shy away from taking responsibility, shy away from the limelight. But in reality, we are guarding our own self-image. We are afraid. We are protecting our own ego from being hurt. We are afraid to step into the limelight. We are afraid to take this responsibility so we don't get hurt. So this is the passive ego. So we may say to ourselves that we are humble and that's why we shy away. But in fact, it is not. It is the passive ego, and it's just as bad as the active ego. It is protecting the ego from being hurt. It is still the ego. It is actions of the ego itself. So requesting everyone, let us identify and write down where we are acting out of passive ego and through which words it is expressing in us. Let us continue.
Now, let's move to the third step. Social ego revolves around the image one projects in society. Individuals with a social ego feels that their lives are private and fear exposing their vulnerabilities. They worry about how others perceive them and often maintain a facade to protect their social identity. So identify and pen down where you are acting out of social ego and through which words it is expressing in you. So please continue.
Yes, let us now move on to the fourth step. Let us complete with all these incidents that you've penned down and decide to align to Guru's words and teachings by surrendering the I and the mind, surrendering your ego at the Guru's feet. Let us continue.
Now slowly.
Yes. Yes. So by surrendering your I and mine, so surrendering the self, the ego, and surrendering the possessiveness, the mind is what will get rid of all our egos. We'll get rid of our passive ego, active ego, and social ego. So surrender your I and mind at the feet of the master. All right, so next we'll be moving on to the next segment in our program for today.
And which is power manifestation. So let's get ready to manifest the powers of third eye. And today we are doing the power of body scanning. So in this round, you'll be scanning your blood pressure. Understand, you can scan your health, you can scan your internal organs, you can scan your blood pressure, you can scan the health of your overall body. It is because we have lost touch with our own nature. When we are in touch with our own nature, we can scan our health of every organs, every intra-organ, every vitals, blood pressure. So in this round, we'll be manifesting the power of in scanning your own blood pressure. So let's get ready to manifest this power. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. That sweetest moment that you cherish with Swamiji. Feel his infinite grace, his love, his compassion overflowing through you. And start to unclutch from all the activities, all the thought process, thought patterns. Go on unclutching. Remember, if you are stuck with any thought, remember, thoughts are always linear. One thought can come only if it is replaced by the other thought. Means no thought can be stay forever. It always replaces. If it comes back again, replace it again. And go on unclutching. From that pure unclutched space, now let's start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Now, with this deep feeling connection with Bhagavan, let's enter into this manifestation. Start to scan your own blood pressure. Ask Swamiji to reveal the blood pressure of your own body. So let's enter into this manifestation.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda
All right, you can relax now. And let us now write down what was revealed to us in terms of our blood pressure. And let us verify if you were able to, if we have any measuring device that we can verify to see whether whether we are right, whether we're spot on, or a little bit one way or the other. So just take a moment and verify what was revealed to you in your third eye. Yes. So requesting everyone, if you have joined us, please switch on your cameras. If you've joined us on Zoom in the two-way, please switch on your camera. Have your camera switched on at all times. So we have you and Aya, Nityanandam, and please switch on your camera. And also Ma Nitya Gora Swarupini, Nityanandama, and if you could please also switch on your camera, that would be great. So requesting everyone take a moment and share with us what was revealed to you in your third eye. So if you're still sharing, please continue to share. Meanwhile, we'll be moving on to the next segment in our program for today.
Yes. So let's move on to the next session, and that is going to be on ahimsa. So Swamiji will be revealing the truths about the ahimsa, how ahimsa is the way it's a non-violent. Ahimsa itself, the word itself means non-violence, and how ahimsa, non-violence, can make life surrender to you. So when you live with ahimsa, you can make life to surrender to you. So please come to the space of listening as we enter into this revelation by Swamiji.
Let's enter into the first sutra. First sutra is about ahimsa. Dhamma Sutra, Ahimsa Sutra. Dhammo Mangalam Ahimsa Sanchamotavo Deva. Let's enter into the first sutra. First sutra is about ahimsa. Dhamma Sutra, Ahimsa Sutra. Dhammo Mangalamukitam Ahimsa Sanchamotavo Devavi Tam Tamasanti Jasadamme Sayamano. Beautiful. It's not actually Sanskrit. It was the Sanskrit which was used in those days by common people. It's like a spoken Sanskrit. We call the different word Pali. All these words are used to name this language. There are a few more names, but this is not Sanskrit. It's a common man's language. Sanskrit was used only by Pandits. Buddha and Mahavir, both of them used the language used by common people. They wanted to reach common people. They wanted to express the truth. See, they are not interested in showing themselves as a great people. They are interested only in the truth. So they have worked towards reaching the truth to more and more people. Let me give the translation. What's the most superior dharma? Ahimsa is the most superior dharma. A person who has established himself in ahimsa, even the devatas salute him. Understand, ahimsa is the first step towards non-possessiveness. That is why Mahavira is speaking about ahimsa, then goes to Aparigraha. Let us analyze this ahimsa little deeply. He is saying ahimsa sanjamotavo dhammo mangalamukkitam ahimsa sanjamotavo devavidam namassanti jasadamme sayamano. What is the most superior dharma? Ahimsa is the most superior dharma. Person who has established himself in ahimsa, even the devatas salute him. Ahimsa is the most superior dharma. That's the truth. Understand, you can drop any dharma, but ahimsa is a dharma which you can't drop. It is the basic understanding for human beings to coexist, to live together. Without ahimsa, no human being can live on the planet Earth. Please understand, even the people who committed hundreds of murders, at some point they had ahimsa. That is why they have not murdered some other people. See, from the young age, at some point, they were with ahimsa, means non-violence. Otherwise, the day they are born, they would have started killing from the parents. Ahimsa is the basic truth of life. One important thing we should understand, all the great masters, whether Buddha, Krishna, Mahavira, Shiva, all of them are talking more about ahimsa. All the Eastern masters talk more about ahimsa than about love. Love comes only second. Ahimsa is emphasized. But for a Western mind, the word love is looks more appropriate because it is positive thing. Non-violence is more like a negative, but ahimsa is more like a positive. And love is more like a positive. But all the Eastern masters, they emphasize more on non-violence than love. Because in love, slowly you become aggressive. Not only that, when you say I love you, you give some promise to the other person. And all promises are failures. The moment you give promise to somebody and you don't fulfill, that is also non-violence. That is also violence. You give a promise to somebody that I love you, I am going to create heaven around you. The moment you say you love somebody, directly or indirectly you have given many promises, sharing roses and giving them the idea that you are going to create heaven for the other person, or you are really going to make the other person happy. You have given so many ideas to the other person, and when you don't fulfill, it is violence. With non-violence, you are very clear. When you start, you are very clear. I can say only one thing, I will not hurt you. That's all. So the right way to start love is non-violence, not love. Love will happen when you really experience non-violence. And you cannot make love happen. No. You can work only in the direction of non-violence. Love will happen as a byproduct. If you try to work directly in the line of love, you will mess up. And you will end up creating troubles for you and for the other. Non-violence, ahimsa, such a powerful dharma. I always tell people, even in my ashram, see, there is nothing, no rule which will take you away from enlightenment. To tell you honestly, even all so-called morality, everything is only a social rule. There is only one dharma, one rule, which is directly connected to consciousness. Understand? All dharmas are based on conscience. Means your mind, conscience, which will change in every century. In some part of the planet Earth, eating vegetarian food is the only right thing. And in some other part, you can eat non-veg. That's perfectly alright. The social rules always change. Morality has no solid base on consciousness. There is no dharma which is directly connected to consciousness. All dharma, all morality is related only to your conscience. Means the society. If you change the place where you live, the morality changes. It is just like a constitution of every country, law. It is just a social law. But there is one dharma, one truth, which is directly related to consciousness, which is universal. That is ahimsa. That is why we say ahimsa paramo dharmaha. That is the ultimate dharma, most superior dharma. Non-violence is the paramo dharmaha. See, unless you learn, you imbibe the idea of non-violence, you can't live on the planet Earth. It is a simple, basic, preliminary understanding to live and let live, to coexist on the planet Earth. There is a beautiful sutra in Patanjali which says, Ahimsa pratishtaya vairatyagaha. Amazing sutra. He says, if you are established in ahimsa, in front of you all enmity disappears. There are thousands of stories. Animals or people dropping their negativity and enmity in front of enlightened masters. Thousands of stories. In Buddha's life, we can say so many stories. There was a mad elephant sent to kill Buddha by one of the Buddha's cousin. And when the elephant came in front of Buddha, it just stopped and bowed to Buddha and did pradakshina and went away. The other day I was reading an article. One scientist was trying to fix some electrodes, the brain of the animals, and manipulate it. There is a beautiful article, I was reading about it. He activated an electrode which creates anger, and the bull became mad. And after a few minutes, when it was about to jump on him, he just activated another one electrode and the bull becomes just silent and sat. When you are really established in non-violence, in front of you, no animal can experience violence. The brain part which aggravates anger or violence simply disappears. It stops working in front of you. One important thing you should understand, whether you understand or not, believe it or not, whatever you strongly experienced, you radiate that quality. You express it. Even if you try to cover, you can't cover. You can't hide. You can't hide. You radiate. In the Sanskrit, we have a word called darshan, means seeing. They say even seeing negative people will create negativity in you. You may think, how can that happen? You don't know, because they are constantly radiating that same kind of waves, that same kind of thoughts. There are so many stories. Let me tell you a story which happened in my life. I was staying in a forest in South India after my experience of the spiritual enlightenment. And one evening I was just sitting and relaxing. There was no thought, just deep silence. It was a forest and a small hillock was there. I was sitting near that hillock, forest, just a complete silence. No thought. Eyes are open but no thought. There was no clutching, means the chain of thoughts. Just I was completely relaxed. There was a big snake in front of me, lying more than 3-4 hours, just 1 feet away. But I did not have a thought, it's a snake, it is dangerous to my life, all those things. As long as I did not have the thought it's a snake, snake did not have a thought I am a man and dangerous to its life. And after few hours, as usual, slowly mind comes down from that beautiful silence, intense silence. Slowly, when a thought started raising, when a mind started clutching, when the first thought came, oh, there is a snake. The moment I got the idea that there is a snake, I saw very clearly the snake got the idea there is a man. Till then, the snake did not have idea I am a man. Only when I got the thought there is a snake, this is snake, the snake started thinking I am a man, there is a man. Then I slowly moved little backwards and the snake also just moved little away, went and disappeared. Understand, as long as I did not have a thought it's a snake, snake did not have a thought I am a man. Only when I feel threatened, when I felt I am in danger, so naturally now the possibility to attack, the non-violence has disappeared. Now the violence may start. There is a possibility where violence is there. Same way, the snake also felt that there is a possibility for violence is there. See, only when you are afraid you attack. Be very clear, all the people who think they are great warriors, they are all cowards. Only cowards attack. Mahavira never attacks. Mahavira means the ultimate warrior. He never attacks. If you are attacking the other person, you are afraid that he may kill you. You want to kill him before he kills you, that's all. See, all the wars are created only by cowards, not by courageous people. Just they want to kill the other person before they are killed, that's all. That is the truth. That is the truth. Even in your life, be very clear. If you are threatened by somebody, sit and analyze. That person must be feeling threatened by you. And try to sort out that issue. You will never be disturbed. Whenever people come to me and say, I am threatened, I am in danger, I tell them, no, wait. Just see. You must be threatening the other person in some way, directly or indirectly. Find out and remove the fear from him. Say, send him a message directly or indirectly that you are not going to be a threat for him. You will not have any dangers. You will attack only when you are threatened. This incident, it taught me a big lesson. Only when I had the idea, thought that there is a snake, snake had the idea there is a man. And one more important thing, this happens, this is a law of nature. This happens only with the natural beings, never with the so-called conditioned human beings. Conditioned human beings are moved away from nature, they moved away from the truth. If this is truth, Jesus shouldn't have been crucified. Mahavira shouldn't have been stoned. Buddha shouldn't have been poisoned. Then why that has happened? See, Patanjali says, Ahimsa pratishtayam Vairatyagaha means when you are established in non-violence, in front of you enmity disappears. But this is only with the natural things. This can happen with animals or the people who are living in a natural way, tribals. There is a beautiful story with in the Buddha's story, in the Buddha's life. Buddha's meeting with Angulimal. You heard of Angulimal? That guy is a big serial killer. He must have been Zodiac of those days. He killed 999 people and cut their thumbs and made a garland for himself. He was living in a forest. Buddha was advised not to enter into that forest because Angulimal is living. Buddha said, no, it's okay. He walked, and the story says Angulimal saw Buddha and was about to kill Buddha. Buddha said, wait, you can kill me, but answer few questions. Buddha asked a few questions. Angulimal was not only not able to answer, and he transformed himself and became the disciple of Buddha. This can happen with Angulimal because Angulimal is not having any religious beliefs. He is not having any social conditionings. He is not corrupted. He is with nature. He kills just out of his animal instincts. Understand? Person who is killing because of his animal instincts can be transformed. Person who is killing because of belief systems, difficult to transform him. That is the ultimate corruption, the worst thing. When Patanjali says, Ahimsa pratishtayam vairatyagaha, he means the violence in you will disappear, but the conditioning won't disappear. That is why if you see the master's life, whenever an animal is sent to kill them, it just settles down. It loses its enmity and comes back. And the same way, man who is living like an animal, if he goes to kill him also, he just settles down and comes back. But not a man who is conditioned. That is why I tell people, if you are conditioned with some religious beliefs, some conditioning, without enlightenment, you are more dangerous than any animal. You are the worst criminal than any animal. Here, the vairatyagaha can happen, means the disappearance of enmity will happen if you are natural or if you are facing the beings who are natural. There is a beautiful story in Adi Shankara's life. He wants to establish a monastery in South India, and he was traveling. One place he saw, frog was giving birth, and the snake was protecting that frog from the rain. Understand? Frog was giving birth, and there was rain. Snake was protecting that frog from the rain. Of course, it happened because of the presence of Shankara. In the great master's presence, animals lose their enmity. So Shankara saw this and he said, this is the right place to create the Pita. And he established a Pita. That place is called Sringeri. Still that Pita is there. It's one of the oldest traditional Vedanta mutts In the presence of great masters, simply enmity disappears. When you are established in ahimsa, non-violence, naturally the non-possessiveness starts expressing through you. The person who is established in himself in ahimsa, even the devatas salute him. Because, understand, even devatas are not completely established in ahimsa. If you are established in ahimsa, you will become enlightened, not as a devata. Devata is a being whose thought per second has come down little bit, who can enjoy little more pleasures. Devatas means angels. Angels are not gods. Word devata should not be translated into God. It should only be translated as angels. These devatas, even they are not completely enlightened. So when you really establish yourself in ahimsa, you become enlightened. Even devatas, the angels, worship you, respect you, and they offer their very being, they surrender at your feet. There are so many stories, devatas coming and respecting, serving the enlightened beings. Ahimsa is such a dharma. Actually, you can live without any dharma if you hold on to just ahimsa, not hurting others physically, mentally, and verbally. This is enough. Nothing else is necessary. Just this one dharma, very clear, that I will not hurt others through physically, mentally, or verbally. One more thing, Eastern religions are the only religions, only they again and again emphasize on ahimsa. Even to spread religions, they do not want killing. Understand? Even to spread religion, because any religion will compromise on their teachings when it comes to the spreading, when it comes to the question of survival. Because if religion has to survive, it has to spread. If it doesn't spread, it won't survive. Eastern religions do not even bother about surviving. They do not bother about spreading. They do not bother about conversion. They are more established in ideology. Here, even for spreading, they are not giving exemption. No exemption. There is no word holy war. There is no word like holy war exists in the Eastern tradition. No, you can't kill, even for spreading, even for converting, even for teaching. No. Masters are very clear. I think the greatness of Mahavira, he took this ahimsa to the extreme. His followers they don't even do agriculture because it is related to killing the plants. Plants do have life. Forget about the question of non-vegetarian food. They don't even kill plants. And they even tie a cloth in front of their face so that the insects or the worms which are, or the bacteria which are in the air won't die when they speak. He has taken ahimsa to the extreme. They do not wear silk. They do not wear shoes. They do not encourage, directly or indirectly, any industry based on violence. Anything based on violence is not encouraged by the followers of Mahavira. All they do, all they help directly or indirectly is only towards ahimsa, non-violence. Let's enter into the first sutra. First sutra is about ahimsa. Dhamma Sutra, Ahimsa Sutra. Dhammo Mangalamukitam, Ahimsa Sanchamotavo, Devavi Tam Tamassanti, Jasadamme Sayamano. Beautiful. It's not actually Sanskrit. It was the Sanskrit which was used in those days by common people. It's like a spoken Sanskrit.
Yes, Nityanandam, welcome back. So that was another wonderful revelations about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on Ahimsa. established in Ahimsa. Now, just addressing one of the comments, so the comments we had in the previous session. So from Hu Xiaolan, if I'm mispronouncing it, I apologize. So she says in the previous exercise, yes, well, I won't read the details of it. So have a scan through. So when you scan your own body, you bring awareness to the area that's affected. You can ask Swamiji to reveal more information. So instead of just saying, okay, what is happening, what is going on in this piece of my body, you can just simply say, ask for more information. Ask Swamiji to show you more information as to the root cause. So we remove the root cause. See, there is a root cause, and there is what is being how it manifests as such. So if we remove the root cause, we will remove the manifestation as well. However, that is showing up on the body map. So when you do the body scanning, ask Swamiji to give more information, to go into more detail in terms of the root cause, the reason behind this this issue, whatever the issue might be. So you ask for details, and then you bring awareness to this root cause, this reason behind what is happening. And by bringing awareness to the reason, to the root cause, then the root cause will simply melt away. So that way the issue as such will melt away as well. So requesting you to have a look through it and ask Swamiji for more information to find the root cause of the issue, and also see a doctor as well, just for peace of mind. So see a doctor as well. But when you're doing these power manifestations, you can ask for more information, and we need to remove the root cause, the reason behind the issue. So once again, you're doing the exercise, that's fine. Ask for the root cause, seek for the root cause. Ask in your mind, ask in your third eye, Swamiji, show me the reason behind this issue. Show me the root cause of this issue. And then bringing awareness to the root cause will simply make the root cause melt away. So Swamiji beautifully says, whenever you bring awareness to the affected area, then the issue will simply disappear. Yes, also Ma Miri is also telling us the blood pressure is same as she scanned. Yes, congratulations, Ma, well done. All right. So now let us move forward with the next segment in our program for today, which is an internalization exercise. So with regards to the issue, Ma Miri is okay, we have follow on also. Okay, Ma. So if the root cause is something related to that, then you need to do completion. So have a look for the root cause. So the root cause of the issue springing up. If the root cause Swamiji is showing is related to what you're writing in there, then complete with that. So you need to complete with that issue, bring awareness to that issue, to that relationship with these other people, whatever your judgments, whatever your relationships with them are, whatever the situation is. So bring complete completion with these two people. and the issue will melt away, Ma. All right.
All right. So with this, now we'll be moving on to the internalization exercise on ahimsa, as Samji initially has introduced the verses from this is a verses sutras of Mahavira that were composed using the language Pali with the intention of making them accessible to the general population, because that time when during Mahavira's time, Pali was the general common language spoken at that time. So it was composed in the Pali language. So let's once again remind ourselves of these verses and their meaning. We'll be projecting the slide for you.
Yes, so you can see the slide being presented for you. So we'll be going through once again. Namo Arihantanam, which means I bow down to the enlightened souls. Namo Siddhanam, I bow to the liberated souls. Namo Ayaryanam, I bow to religious leaders. Namo Uvajjayanam, I bow to religious teachers. Namo Loe Sabbaha Sahunam, I bow to all monks of the world. Esopanchna Mukharo, these 5 salutations are capable of Savabhava Panasano, destroying all the sins, and this is Mangalancha Sabhesin, the first happiness amongst all forms. Adhanam Havai Mangalam, of happiness. So you have the translation there and the chant as well in the Pali language. If you want, you can take a moment and to take a screenshot, or perhaps write this down. Write this down so you can have a record of it for yourself. So if you wish to recite these, to chant these at any time, then you have both the chant and the translation. So take a moment and write these down. Yes. Now let us move to going beyond desires to create more wealth. See, understand desire is something which is related to one of these three, or to all of these three, to life, death, and how we go beyond death. See, desire is life. If you don't know how to handle desire, you will face death. And if you know how to handle desire, you will go beyond this cycle of life and death. That is all. There is no master who did not talk about desire. So every single master, if you look through, every Eastern master would have talked about desire at some point in their life. It is an important subject that every master has to address. In some way, the master has to touch on this subject. Today, we'll see how the great master Mahavira handles this subject of desire from different dimensions, from different angles, that empowers you to create more wealth and empowers you to handle the wealth, more importantly.
Now, these are the beautiful verses, sutras. When you practice them, the result will be totally life transforming. Dhamma Sutra, Ahimsa Sutra. And the verse goes as Dhammo Mangala Muktitam Ahimsa Sancha Madhavo Devi Devavitam Tamashanti Jeshadame Tayamano. The translation of this verse is, what is the most superior dharma? Ahimsa is the most superior dharma. A person who is established himself in ahimsa, even the devatas salute.
Yes. So understand the first step towards non-possessiveness is ahimsa. So Swamiji beautifully tells us, first step towards non-possessiveness is ahimsa. It is non-violence. So non-violence leads to non-possessiveness. Ahimsa is the basic truth of life. One important thing which you should understand is that all great masters, whether it be Buddha, Krishna, Mahavira, Shiva, all of them are talking more about ahimsa. See, all the Eastern masters talk about ahimsa more than about love. Love comes only second. Ahimsa is emphasized. So a lot of times, especially in the West, we talk about love. I love this, I love that. But it's really all boils down to possessiveness. But in the East, we concentrate on ahimsa, non-violence, and from non-violence comes non-possessiveness. From non-violence comes true love. So when you don't possess someone, that is true love. So for a Western mind, the word love looks more appropriate because it is a positive thing. It sounds like a positive thing. Whereas non-violence, because of the word violence itself, it sounds more negative. But all the Eastern masters always emphasize more on the non-violence than love, because in love, slowly you become aggressive. Not only that, but when you say, I love you, you give some promise to the other person, and all promises end up in failure one way or another. The moment you give a promise to somebody and you don't fulfill it, that is also violence.
So, the right way to start love is non-violence, not love itself. So, right way to start love is non-violence. love will only happen when you really experience non-violence. So when you experience non-violence, ahimsa, love will happen in you. You cannot make love happen in you. No, you can only work in the direction of ahimsa, non-violence, and love will happen as a byproduct of non-violence. If you try to work directly in the direction of love, you'll mess it up and you will end up creating troubles for you and for others. So, always Eastern masters have talked about the ahimsa. Through that, love flowers, love happens. Non-possessiveness, ahimsa, this is the first step towards non-possessiveness. So when you are really established in non-violence, no animal can experience violence in front of you either. As Swami shares his own story with when he was in totally samadhi and when he was established in total ahimsa, ahimsa means non-violence. The snake which was in front of him was also not aware of him. The moment he came to uh, identity of man, the snake realized that identity, that he is a snake, and he ran away. So understand, the part of the brain which aggravates anger and violence simply disappears. It stops working in front of you. So in your life, if you are threatened by somebody, sit and analyze. The person must be feeling threatened by you and try to sort out the issue, and you will never be disturbed.
Yes. Did you know that Mahavira's followers don't even do agriculture because it is related to killing the plants which do have life? So Swamiji beautifully touched on this as well. And they even tie a cloth in front of their face so that the insects or worms or bacteria in the air don't die when they speak. They also don't wear silk and they don't wear any shoes because it can harm the beings below where they step. And also, they never encourage directly or indirectly any industry that is based on violence. So Swamiji has mentioned this beautifully in the Revelations just earlier.
So let's enter into an exercise and analysis of conflict resolution with ahimsa. See, all of us in our life face this problem of conflict in our life. Many times we get angry in various situations. So how to manage or analyze these conflicts with ahimsa? So first step, how assessing the situation itself. So think about a particular conflict you had with a person. Analyze exactly what happened, why this person might be feeling threatened, and how your actions may have contributed to their feeling threatened. Consider if there was a miscommunication or misunderstanding between both the parties, you and the other person. Elaborately write down about the incident itself. So again, think about a particular conflict you had with a person. Analyze exactly what happened in that conflict, why that person might was feeling threatened, and how your actions may have contributed to their feeling threatened. Consider if there was a miscommunication or misunderstanding both between both of you. Elaborately pen down about the whole incident itself. So let's take a moment and write down elaborately. We'll be projecting the this exercise itself. Let's enter into this.
Yes, let us move forward now. The next step. Let's identify the cause of conflict. So try to understand the emotions that you experience in the situation itself. Do not try to find reason for the situation, only try to analyze your emotions. So for example, if you are part of this relay race, you almost ran over the fellow participants. This led to a conflict. At that moment, you felt threatened that you wouldn't make it to the end of the race, and you reacted out of anger. So this is the example. So look in and understand the emotions that you experience in your situation. Don't try to find the reason for the situation, just analyze your emotions. Let us continue.
Now let's move to the third step. Reflect on other person's perspective. Analyze the situation by understanding the emotions the other person would have experienced and how they felt threatened by you. This exercise will help you empathize with them and find possible solutions. For example, the reaction of your peer. See how they also felt threatened and reacted out of that space. Understanding that the person felt threatened by your reaction out of the issue. Declare to yourself ahimsa paramo dharma. So sort out the issue on understanding that the person felt threatened by your reaction. So declare to yourself ahimsa paramo dharma and sort out the issue. So let's enter into this exercise. Analyze the situation by understanding the emotions other person would have experienced and how they felt threatened by you. Please continue.
Yes, so that you can relax now. That was conflict resolution with Ahimsa. So understanding, coming from the point that when there's a conflict, it's often because both of you feel threatened by each other. So whatever you did, whatever they did, you feel threatened. That's why we get into conflict. So it's important to understand that the other person feels threatened. Therefore, let us understand where they come from. Let us try to remove the point of threat for them, and their conflict resolution occurs.
Yes, with this, progressing all the participants to settle back down, since we are now going to move on to the power manifestation. Today, we're manifesting the power of body scanning, various different levels of this power. So I'm requesting all the participants to be on camera and join us for the power manifestation. Mahi Anchi, Ma Nitya Agora Sarupini, and you win Aya. Come and join and let us manifest the power of body scanning.
Yes. So let us get comfortable. Let us sit with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. And today we'll be in this power manifestation round, we'll be scanning I will be reaching out to another person. First of all, let us reach out to another person, and we will be scanning the vitals of the other person. So whether that be the blood pressure, the heart rate, the temperature. So let us reach out to another person. So if it's if you are able to, whether it's someone that's nearby or whether it's someone somewhere a little bit further away, reach out to another person. And of course, if it's not too late where you are, if it is too late where you are, then you can just scan for your own vitals once again, for your blood pressure, for your heart rate, for your body temperature. But if it is at all possible, please reach out to another person, because it is important. See, by reaching out to another person, we are moving up in terms of for the power manifestation. We move up in difficulty such that you get the confidence, you gain the confidence in your ability to manifest this power. So once you manifest this power in more and more situations, in harder and harder situations, you get the confidence, and you know you can do this, manifest this power anytime, anywhere. So if it is at all possible, please reach out to another person and make sure they're willing participant, and let us get ready for this power manifestation. So quickly requesting everyone, please reach out to another person quickly and ask them if you can scan their vitals, their heart pressure, their their heart rate, their blood pressure, and their temperature. So we'll just give a little bit of time for you to reach out to someone right now. All right, so assuming you have that other person, let us now sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line to facilitate the free movement of the Kundalini Shakti throughout your body. And let's just take a moment and unclutch from anything internal or external. Unclutch from any thoughts, any emotions, any doubts, any fears. Let's just unclutch. Unclutch from anything external, any disturbances, any sounds, perhaps the phone ringing or message. or the cat next door, whatever it might be, let us just unclutch from all of that. Just become a witness. Don't get involved in it. Just let it, just the way it comes up, let it go back down. Unclutch again and again, coming back to a space of restful awareness, a space between two thoughts, where we find our true self at 0 thoughts per second, 0 TPS. Place where we can reach our true self. We can get in contact with our true self. We can find our true self, the divine self. So again and again, unclutch. Now let us move our awareness to the third eye, just between the eyebrows. And let us visualize Swamiji in our third eye. And just gently look through the third eye into Swamiji's third eye, into Swamiji's Anya chakra. As we do so, we feel a connection from Swamiji's third eye into your third eye. Feel the energy in your third eye as Swamiji is awakening and energizing your third eye, your Anya chakra. Now let us start chanting the Mahavakya to further connect to Swamiji, to strengthen this feeling connection that we have to Swamiji. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Let's continue chanting the Mahavakya. And from the space of oneness with Swamiji, let us start manifesting this power. Let us scan your partner's vitals, blood pressure, temperature, heart rate. Let us now begin.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham
Yes, you can relax now. And take a moment and check. Let us check to see, so whatever you have available in terms of measuring the vitals. So whether it's the blood pressure, whether it's the heart rate, whether it's the temperature. See if you can take a measurement of all of these and check with the person, with the partner, whose vitals you were scanning, and see how close you are, or were you perhaps spot on. So requesting everyone take a moment and check the vitals and let us know how you went in terms of this power manifestation. Take a moment and share with us how you went in this power manifestation. Yes, so Miri is sharing for Ma Lan. Scan my ideal blood pressure. Yes, Nityananda. 105, but mine is 86, 61, 83. Yes, thank you very much for sharing that. So keep practicing the power manifestation. So if you practice it again and again and again, you'll find that you'll get closer and closer and closer. You'll get more exact to the blood pressure, to the exact thing that you're scanning for. So yes. The more and more you practice, the more and more you get into this feeling connection, this oneness with Swamiji, oneness with the divine, and it's through the divine that the power manifests, the power manifestation occurs. So it is important that you do kindle this feeling connection to Swamiji before we start. So before you start the power manifestation, and also when you're doing a power manifestation and it doesn't seem to be exact as such, have a look inside and see, is there anything stopping you, anything that you are stopping yourself from manifesting this power itself? So are there any thoughts of impossibilities, any thoughts of self-doubt? Are there any thoughts in terms of judgments? Is there anything in the way that is a contradiction to having this power, to manifesting this power?
Yes, and you have to understand it is a lifestyle. To manifest the power, initially, simply the initiation from Swamiji is enough. But if you want to retain the power manifestation or strengthen it, go to the next level, You need to look in and see, okay, where am I not aligned to the science that Swamiji has initiated us into? Am I doing the morning yoga authentically? Am I building the body to hold this superconscious energy? Am I spending the time in puja, in sweet feeling connection, in the bhava samadhi? And am I building myself as a power manifester? Doing the completion, breaking the impossibility. When you sit for the power manifestation, naturally, impossibility will arise in you. Reluctancy, resistance will arise in you. So if you align yourself to the lifestyle, having the healthy diet, having the organic, sattvic, vegetarian food, and doing the cleansing of the body, all these things will contribute to you having the clarity. And when you sit and do unclutching, simply falling into the nirvikalpa samadhi, where all the truths can be revealed to you. So don't be discouraged if you're yet to manifest the power. Spend more time in unclutching, more time in power manifestation. And as Maharaj just said, the details will become more and more sharp, more and more exact. You will be able to simply scan the body. As it is described by some of the Balasans, they can simply see the body in their third eye and go from one part to the next and exactly see what is happening inside. So, yeah, don't be discouraged, be inspired by the possibilities of the various different levels of this power.
All right. So let us now move on to the next segment in our program for today. Yes, and the next segment, the next revelations by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is on the power of Aparigraha, the power of renouncing eating or renouncing everything that you have. So by living a minimalist life. So let's get ready. Sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. And let us receive the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as he reveals on this very topic.
When you really enter into ahimsa, the aparigraha, the next step starts happening. Let us see that sutra, Aparigraha Sutra. Naso parigraha uddho naya buddhena tayina mucha parigho buddhi ye buddham mahesina loyisesa anukosi manne annaramavi jesiyo sannihikame gihi bhavayenase. Let me give you the translation. Parigraha does not mean to have clothes and other items of basic need, but to have attachment towards this is parigraha. Beautiful. First thing is telling, parigraha means, possessiveness means, don't think that having clothes and other items of basic need, that is not possessiveness, but having attachment towards it is possessiveness. This is the one sutra which created so much of wealth around the followers of Mahavir. They were successful socially just because of this one sutra, this one teaching. This is the ultimate technique to create and enjoy wealth. Understand? When you become non-possessive, the capability to enjoy increases. The power to enjoy, the intensity to enjoy becomes more. You can see in your life, whenever you are enjoying something which you are really possessive, you will be so suffocated. The fear that it may leave you will never allow you to enjoy it. Only when you are with a non-serious attitude, playfulness, the intensity with which you are enjoying will be so beautiful, amazing, you will create more wealth and live it and experience it. Aparigraha does not mean to have clothes and other items of basic need, but to have attachment towards these is Aparigraha. Again, Patanjali says beautifully, when you achieve the non-possessiveness, you get the insight, you experience the truth of why you took birth and knowledge about your past life. See, as on now, you are not able to have the knowledge of your past life because you are too much caught by the things which you are having. You are too much filled by the possessions which you are having. Your inner space is forgotten to move beyond the things which you are having in your life. Understand? The few things which you are having, few cars and your home and your few relationships, this occupies your inner space so much, you do not have enough space to look further, to look beyond. One more important thing, whenever you are possessive of something, be very clear, you are binding yourself, you are putting a boundary for yourself. You are not allowing the further expansion, you are stopping, you are curtailing the possibility for growth. Any possessiveness is curtailing the possibility for growth. That is why a possessive person suffocates himself and suffocates others. Whoever is around him or her, he or she suffocates the other person also. Ahimsa and possessiveness, these two are very closely connected. When you really become non-violent, you will not possess people. If you are possessing somebody, you will be violent towards that person. Be very clear. Any possessiveness, the very possessiveness itself is a violence. Because the moment you possess, you reduce that person from energy to matter. Only matter can be possessed. You can possess this chair. You can possess this table. You can keep it wherever you want. It will be there as it is. But you can't possess a living being. If you do, you are reducing that living being from energy to the person, from energy to matter. Possessiveness is violence. Aparigraha is himsa. That is why Mahavir touches ahimsa first before talking about aparigraha. See, two things. Not having desires or suppressing your desires means suicide. It is just suicide. Because desire is the energy which moves your body. Desire is prana, fuel for your system. Having desire is the only way to move your system. So not having desire or killing the desire is not the goal. Creating enough of inner space to accommodate all your desires, so that desire does not torture you, desire does not suffocate you, so that you don't feel disturbed by the desires. Understand? Not having desires is not the goal. Then we can live like a buffaloes without being disturbed. People ask me, Swamiji, an enlightened person should not have a desire. You really don't have a desire? They come and ask me. I tell them, be very clear. Enlightened person, the word enlightenment should be very clearly understood. Only then you will understand the enlightened person also. See, as on now, in a normal human mind, if they have 10 acre, all 10 acre, they are growing something, some rice or paddy or sugar cane or something. It is filled, occupied. In an enlightened being, he has got 1 million acre, only 10 acre is used for agriculture. Will he even know that agriculture is going on in some place? No. I have 1 million acre. So even if agriculture is going on in 10 acre, I will not even know. Same way, enlightened being has got so much of inner space, the 10 acre is like a negligible. The inner chattering which is happening is negligible. All you need to do is expand the inner space. I am not telling you to kill all the, destroy the agriculture which is happening in 10 acre. No. That will lead you to tamas, means depression and inertia. That will lead you to tamas and depression. I am not telling you to destroy the agriculture which is happening in the 10 acre. No, I am telling you to expand the inner space so that the 10 acre sound will not disturb you. The noise which is being created in the 10 acre agriculture will not disturb you. You will not feel suffocated. You will have more space. You will feel expanded. You will feel the fulfillment. Aparigraha does not mean not having the basic items, basic things, no. But creating a bigger inner space. How to? How to do? Whenever you feel that you are possessing something, decide very clearly to unclutch from it consciously. Visualize how your life will be without that object or that person. Sometimes you may think, oh, I can do without it. That's all. Then perfectly all right. Sometimes you may have little suffering. Go through that suffering, that moment itself. That suffering itself will purify you. Understand? When you feel that you are too much attached, you are possessive of some person or some object, sit and visualize your life without that person or that object. If you feel you can do without it, relax, nothing to worry. If you feel suffering, oh God, my life will, I can't do without him or her or that object, then sit and meditate your life without that person. Create that pain, allow that suffering. Suddenly you will see that suffering itself is so powerful. The pain is so powerful. It will teach you, it will purify you. When you come out, when that suffering disappears from your inner space, because you can't be constantly suffering. At the most you can suffer for a few hours. Slowly that suffering will settle down. The depression will leave you. that pain will leave your inner space. When that pain leaves your inner space, already you would have learnt a lesson of Aparigraha. This is powerful technique to achieve Aparigraha. Start meditating your life without that person or object. Let that pain, suffering arise in your inner space and wait till it disappears. Be silent, have patience till that disappears. When that pain and suffering leaves your inner space, you would have been matured, because pain and suffering teaches you. It's a powerful master. It's a powerful teacher. No other master or teacher can teach you like pain or suffering. Using even pain to learn, using even suffering to grow, using even the failures to mature yourself. When you expand your inner space through this way, understand this technique is a very powerful technique. Try it. Whenever you feel you are possessive of somebody, something, sit, unclutch, disconnect, allow the pain, allow the suffering. Now what can be done? Because anything can be taken away from you. The product or that person can be taken away from you. It is not that he or that person or the product is going to be with you forever. No. So, just meditate the non-possessiveness, meditate on Aparigraha, and be without that person or the object. You will see the pain itself teaches you, and you are free from the pain, you are free from the suffering, you are free from the Parigraha, you are free from the possessiveness. Doing constant struggle to hold stuff is an indication of the greed within a person. A person who continuously struggles to hold stuff is just a householder, not a sadhu. Understand? Mahavir is telling, doing constant struggle to hold stuff is an indication of the greed within a person. When you are greedy, even the things which is in your garage, you will be remembering about that constantly. Even the things which are under your control, you will be remembering about it. You can't forget even the things which are under your control, which are inside your locker. You will be afraid that somebody may take it away. Who knows, it will be there when I go back. Too much of greed constantly creates fear, and you struggle to hold, you struggle to hold, you struggle to hold. When a person is non-possessive, he is ready to take the risk. That is why all the majority of the Mahavir's followers have become business people, because that needs risk. You need to take risk. This great teaching of Aparigraha gives you the courage and inner space to take that risk, to take bold steps. See, only when you are non-possessive, you can do calculation. Usually the doctors don't treat their own family because they will be too possessive. They can't see the truth. The objectivity will be lost. Same way, if you are possessive of something, you can't put that thing at stake. Person who is too possessive about his life will not do anything which expands his life. He will not take any risky. He will not do anything which is risky. When you don't do anything which is risky, you are nothing more than a buffalo.
We will be just vegetating, nothing else, just sitting and sleeping, couch potatoes. I have seen many people, they will not even climb some 100, 200 feet, 100, 200 steps. They will tell, no, I have a little pain, I may get wheezing, I may get breathing problem. See, the idea that I may get this, I may get that, will completely put you in prison. I call this as a psychological prison. Not able to take risks. And the life without risk is not worth living. Life without risk means you are not living, you are just waiting for death to happen. Because you don't have courage to commit suicide, you just wait till it happens. Now nothing can be done, it has to happen only by itself. So why not wait? That's all. Aparigraha, the non-possessiveness, gives you such a big inner space to take risk, whether it is related to business or related to your life. So I tell you, ahimsa is the greatest dharma. If you follow ahimsa, others will live happily. If you follow aparigraha, you will live happily. These two are the greatest truths. Non-violence. If you practice non-violence, people who live around you will live happily. If you practice non-possessiveness, you will live happily. One more thing, to really achieve non-possessiveness, you need to understand one thing, life is not too valuable as you think. And don't be too serious. See, because we are constantly living in cities, we become too serious about our life. Every day thinking too many things and too much about how to avoid this, how to avoid that, what will happen to this, what will happen to that. And you clearly design the life. Understand, if you look into your life, every day morning till night, just try to see your life. If you do a video recording of your whole day, tell somebody else to do without your knowledge, you will see, you will realize few important things. You will come out of your bedroom through the same path, you will sit in the same sofa, you will go to the living room through same steps, and you will come out and take your car in the same way. The whole thing will be same, and you will not be even using some parts of your house for 1 year or 2 years. You will not be even using corners of your house your whole life. I tell you really, if you see, you will understand. Almost your whole day routine is under your control. Even if you face the accidents, there is an insurance. So everything is clearly pre-planned, visualized. No place for God. Because you did everything. Now where is the place for Him? You do not allow divine to intervene. People ask me, Swamiji, we are seeing so many miracles in your life. Why it is not happening in our life? Especially people who live around me, they get a little jealous of miracles happening around my life. Because whatever I tell becomes true. Every other day this is happening. One day you can say coincidence. And every day when this happens, these guys become a little jealous. What is this? How so many miracles are happening around you, but not around us? Because I am allowing God to intervene.
I am not planning out and out. I leave little gaps so that he can do something. Miracles do not happen in your life because you plan for your life completely, thoroughly. Living non-seriously is plan for miracles. Living in a playful way is plan for miracles. Understand? If you live little playfully, it's okay. If you live little non-seriously, you will attract so many beautiful miracles in your life. Patanjali says, Aparigraha is way to achieve the memory of the past life and your decisions, why you take birth and what for you came down. And I tell you, Aparigraha is the amazing way, best way to create miracles in your life, to attract miracles in your life. Person who lives in a non-serious way, playful way, attracts again and again miracles in his life, because he has got some inner space and the outer space where God can intervene. It is not that his whole life is packed. No. If you yourself have thought about, visualized and decided, then he thinks, all right, he is managing, why to interfere unnecessarily? And you may say, you may put a board, no entry also, who knows? That is the reason he feels he shouldn't interfere. Live little playfully. Do little less planning. You will see the miracles happening in your life. Person who is non-possessive, not only miracles happening in his life, anything happens in his life, he feels miracle. Because he doesn't possess anything. He doesn't take anything for granted. He doesn't claim anything is his birthright. Even taking birth is not your right. What about birthright? The word birthright is the wrong word. Nothing can be birthright, because taking birth itself is not your right. It's not under your control. Then how can you say something is your birthright? No. Word birthright should be removed. There is nothing for which we have a right or claim. No. Person who is established in non-possessiveness, Aparigraha, not only regains the past memory, he realizes again and again and again he is doing the same nonsense of catching some people and catching some property and saying, this is my house and this is my boundary, this is my husband, this is my wife and this is my son and this is my daughter, and suddenly he dies, goes to other place and again catches everything. One more psychodrama, and again you die and catch one more. By that time you are almost ready with your husband, daughter, son, grandson, enough of your boundary, property, everything. Life says, now chalo, bas, relax. And over. You realize again and again you are doing the same thing. The moment you understand again and again you are doing the same thing, you decide strongly to jump out of this cycle. Anybody who decides strongly to jump out of this cycle is liberated. Understand? For liberation, all you need is only one thing: strong decision to jump out. Clear no to society, clear no to the same cycle of birth and death. Aparigraha directly leads you to enlightenment. Aparigraha can happen only with a matured soul.
You don't possess now all the toys with which you played. Do you possess? No. You don't possess your toy car with which you played. But at the age of 6 or 7, that was your life. If your mother snatches it away from you and says, hey, go and eat, it is time to eat, enough you played. You say, no, I don't want food. I don't want you also. Get lost. Give my give my toy. Give my car. That time it was more near and dear to you than your mother and food. Now, you are grown out of it. Simply the Aparigraha has happened. It's not that you don't have the toys. You may have even in your house. But you are not remembering about it. You are not possessive about it. You are not possessive. But you are possessive of little bigger car. You have grown out of the 6-inch car and now you are caught with a 6-feet car. If you expand your inner space, you will grow out of this also.
Yes, welcome back. So Swamiji beautifully tells us about Aparigraha, non-possessiveness. So beautiful revelations there by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So understand when Mahavira says, drop your desires and don't possess, which is Aparigraha, live in non-possessiveness. If you don't practice it and directly start arguing, how can I live without possessing things? If it is life negative, it is not possible. So you will create all sorts of words. So if somebody tells you to live in Aparigraha, you'll say, how can I live without things? It's negative, it's not possible. But if you really understand Mahavira and start living in non-possessiveness, if you clear your inner space and make yourself a non-possessive being, suddenly you will see so much of inner space becomes available to you. You will take many more risks, because as long as a person thinks that the wealth that he's having is too valuable to lose, as long as he possesses, he will never take any step in life because he'll be afraid. He'll be afraid to lose it. He will not allow the flow happening in his life. Understand currency. In this context, we're talking about money, about monetary currency. It means that which is flowing. So currency means flowing. It will stay only with people who are allowing it to flow. If you stop the flow, it will sink. So just think about that for a moment.
Yes. Possessiveness means putting a boundary for yourself. It means you are underestimating your efficiency. Possessiveness comes to you only when you are afraid, only when you are in fear, only when you face insecurity. Again, insecurity means you are underestimating your ability, your capacity. When a person starts thinking and living with non-possessiveness, suddenly he feels so much of space is available for him. He can play with so many decisions. He can play with so many choices. He can manipulate his life. His boundary itself expands. Aparigraha, or possessiveness, does not mean to have clothes and other items of basic need, but it means having attachments towards these. That is aparigraha, that is possessiveness. This one sutra created so much wealth around the followers of Mahavira. They were successful socially just because of this one sutra, this one teaching. This is the ultimate technique to create and to enjoy wealth. When you become non-possessive, the capability to enjoy increases. The power to enjoy, the intensity to enjoy becomes more. You can see in your life, whenever you are enjoying something of which you are really possessive, you will be so suffocated. The fear that it might leave you will never allow you to enjoy it. Only when you are with a non-serious attitude, playfulness, the intensity with which you are enjoying will be so beautiful, amazing. You will create more wealth and live it and experience it.
Yes, and so now you are not able to have the knowledge of your past life because you are too much caught up by the things that you are having. You are too much filled by the possessions which you are having. Your inner space has forgotten to move beyond the things which you have in your life. But the few things which you do have now, like a few cars, perhaps your home, or a few relationships, they occupy your inner space so much. You don't have enough space to look further in, to look beyond this. See, one more important thing. Whenever you are possessive of something, be very clear. You are binding yourself. You are putting a boundary for yourself. You are not allowing further expansion. You are stopping. You are curtailing the possibility for growth. one thing that Swamiji says very beautifully, see, when you're walking a dog, don't think that it's just the dog that is on a leash. It is also you that is on a leash. It is also you that is bound in that relationship. So it is your possessiveness of the pet, of the dog, but you are also on the leash. So until you let go, and of course we're not saying let go of the dog, you might run away, but until you let go, you cannot expand, you cannot grow. See, ahimsa, which is non-violence, and aparigraha, which is non-possessiveness, are very closely related, very closely connected. When you become non-violent, you will not possess people. If you possess somebody, you will be violent towards that person. So be very clear. Any possessiveness is violence. It is equivalent to violence. Because the moment you possess, you reduce that person, that being, from energy to matter. It is only matter that can be possessed. You can possess a chair, you can possess a table, a car. You can keep it wherever you want. It will be there as it is. It will be yours. But you can't possess a living being. If you do, you are reducing that being from energy to matter.
See, two things. Not having desires or suppressing your desires means suicide. It is just suicide because desire is the energy which moves your body. Desire is prana, fuel for your system. Having desire is the only way to move your system. So not having desires or killing the desires is not the goal. It is the pranic body in which the desires are stored. So your ability to create a desire is also your intensity, the energy that you carry in your system. So create enough of inner space to accommodate all your desires so that the desire does not torture you or suffocate you, so that you don't feel disturbed by the desires. So Amaji clearly says having a desire is not wrong, but creating conflict or conflicting desires, that is a problem. When you create the impossibility or guilt because of the desires, that is a problem. See, as an example, if a normal human has 10 acres of space, in all 10 acres, they are growing something, some rice or wheat or sugarcane or something. It is filled, occupied. In the case of an enlightened being, he has 1 million acres, but only 10 acres is used for agriculture. Will he even know that agriculture is going on in some place? No. The enlightened being has so much inner space that 10 acres is negligible. The inner chatter which is happening is negligible. All you need to do is expand the inner space. So when you feel tortured by the inner chatter, you just need to unclutch, increase the inner space. Do these techniques. Swamiji has given so many different practices, yoga, puja, various different kriyas that can help you increase the inner space that you have. So when you feel you're too full, you're suffocated by the conflicting desires, the contradicting desires, complicating desires that you have, just increase your inner space. Yes.
Yes, expand the inner space so that the chatter in the 10 acres will not disturb you. The noise which is being created in those 10 acres will no longer disturb you. So just like we used for the enlightened being, 1 million acres versus 10 acres. Such a small amount definitely will not disturb. You will not feel suffocated. You will have so much space. You will feel expanded. You will feel the fulfillment. Aparigraha does not mean not having the basic things. It is simply creating a bigger inner space. So how do we create a bigger inner space? See, understand, when you feel that you are too much attached or possessive of some person or object, decide very clearly to unclutch from it consciously. Just sit and visualize your life without that person, without that object, whatever it might be. Whether it's a person, a pet, a car, object, whatever it might be. If you feel that you can do without it, then no problem. You can just relax. There's nothing to worry about. But if you feel suffering, just visualizing your life without that person, without that object, if you start feeling, oh God, I can't do without him, or can't do without her, or without that object, car, pet, whatever it might be, then sit and meditate. Meditate on your life without that person, without that object. And suddenly you will see that suffering itself. It is so powerful. The pain is so powerful. It will teach you. It will purify you. When you come out of that suffering, because the suffering is not going to last forever, as Swamiji says, you can at most suffer for a few hours, but then it will finish. And when that suffering disappears from your inner space, slowly that suffering will settle down, and that depression will leave you, and that pain will leave your inner space, and it will teach you. Living non-seriously is the plan for miracles. Living in a playful way, as Swamiji tells, living in a playful way is the plan for miracles. So understand, if you live a little playfully, it is okay. If you live a little non-seriously, you will attract so many beautiful miracles in your life.
Yes. So how can Aparigraha help us? Maharishi Patanjali says, Aparigraha is the way to achieve the memory of the past life and to know about your decisions, like why you took birth and what you came down for. Aparigraha is the amazing way, the best way to create miracles in your life, to attract miracles in your life. Understand this one thing: ahimsa makes all the people around you blissful. Aparigraha makes you blissful. Whenever you are alone, just sit for half an hour and visualize your life without the objects and the persons about which you are possessive. If you are possessive of some person or some object, just remove that from your life and sit. For half an hour, visualize your life without that person or object, and allow any suffering or pain which comes to you. Go through it consciously, face it.
Yeah, so let's enter into an exercise. So let's enter into this very same exercise. So requesting everyone, let us sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. If you wish, you can close your eyes. It's probably best if you do close your eyes. So we'll have this visualization exercise. So sit for a few minutes and visualize your life without the person, without the objects that you are possessive about. So sit alone and visualize how your life will be without that object, without that person. If you can do without the person, without the object, then it's perfectly all right. Sometimes you might find you have a little suffering. If the suffering comes, allow that suffering, create that pain. Go through it. Suddenly you will see the suffering itself is so powerful. The pain is so powerful. And it will teach you, it will purify you. So let's just continue for a few minutes and visualize your life without that object or person. Go through that pain. Go through that suffering. Allow it to happen. Allow it to purify you. Wait till it disappears. Be silent and have the patience until it all disappears. Let's go through this. Let's begin. Yes, you can relax now. So how will you know that the suffering has left you? See, when you come out, the suffering will settle down, the depression will leave you, and all that pain will leave your inner space. So when that pain leaves, all that pain, all that suffering leaves your inner space, you would have matured. So you would be able to recognize, you would have matured, because the pain and that suffering teaches you, it matures you, it prepares you better for life. It is a powerful master. It is a powerful teacher. There's no other master or teacher that can teach you like pain and suffering can. And you can use that pain to learn. You can use that pain to learn. Use the suffering to grow. Use even the failures to mature yourself, to grow, to expand. So that is how you will know whether the pain and suffering has left you. All right, so let us now get ready for the next segment. And if you have any questions with regards to the pains and suffering, with regards to anything that we have gone through, and we do have a message from Miri in the chat. Yes. So again, in terms of possessing, so Ma tells us beautifully, I was possessing the wealth I created. At the end, I lost it, but I was okay. I let it go. Let it go. Then I started earning back multiple times. It happened to me many, many times in life. Yes, that's beautiful, Ma. Thank you very much for sharing. So again, by letting go, you attract, you don't possess it, you're not violent towards it, and you allow it to come back into your life. And as Ma has shared, as Ma Miri has shared, it comes back in multiple times. Yes, thank you very much, Ma.
Yes, with this, we're now going to move on. We're going to get ready as we enter into a beautiful meditation. It is going to be a guided meditation with Swamiji. So let us all be present. Make sure to switch your camera on and be seated. Best is if you can sit on the floor in a cross-legged position or in Vajrasana. But if that is not possible for you, you can also sit on a chair. Turn off any distractions like phones or radio, TV, whatever is running in the background, and let us settle down for the meditation.
Feel my thought, I-ness, internal organs, me. Sit and feel when thought raise, when some thoughts are coming up, which internal organ feels that thought. Sometime when the thoughts related to love or beloved comes, you will feel that this area. When a deep worry comes, you will feel the navel, this area. When shaking fear, when the fear happens to you, you will feel the Swadhisthana chakra, hara area. When the fantasies are awakened, you will feel the Muladhara area. With different emotions, you will feel different internal organs. Mahadeva is saying, Just feel, that's enough. You have an automatic biointelligence which will automatically heal the pain the moment you feel the pain. For example, you have some worry and you feel that worry is starting from the navel and there is a irritation and pain. You don't have to do anything, just feel that pain. Suddenly you will see body heals the pain and drops that worrying thoughts. Body, if it is allowed to heal itself, it will not only heal the symptom, it will heal the root also. Disease itself, only when you are not allowing the natural healing process, when you don't have patience, time or trust over your body does not heal, and all the things you try to do heals only symptoms. Here, Mahadeva says, allow the body to heal itself by feeling, not doing anything else. You will suddenly see, not only it heals the symptoms, it heals the disease itself. Whenever thought rises, just see which part you are feeling that some movement, which part is first getting the impact of that thought, which part is feeling the thought happening. See that? Then you will see suddenly, automatically the healing starts happening in that part. Feel, understand, don't think, feel. My thought, I-ness, internal organs and me. And another one beautiful thing in the sutra, Mahadeva says, when you start feeling the thoughts, the organ, physical organ which is touched or which feels the thought, and allow that body to heal itself, he says, in that healing energy, you will feel my very self. He says, you will feel Mahadeva. If you are able to heal yourself, understand you already had a glimpse of Mahadeva in you. Shiva energy has already started oozing, already started coming out of your system. You had already a connection to Mahadeva. Even if you had one self-healing experience through this technique, Mahadeva says you are initiated. You are initiated. Now, courageously you can say, Shivoham, Shiva is in me. The I consciousness is Shiva. All you need to do, let me describe the technique. When you just sit, naturally some thought will come. Just see from where the thought is rising, or which part is getting some movement or irritation or any feeling through that thought. You will see one by one, each thought creates some sensation in some internal organ in your body. Try to see the thoughts are, which thought is connected to which sensation happening inside your body. Try to settle down to the internal organ which is feeling the sensation by the thoughts which are coming out of your system. Please close your eyes. Just see from where thoughts are rising and where you are feeling the sensation because of the thoughts.
When you just sit, naturally some thought will come. Just see from where that thought is rising, or which part is getting some movement or irritation or any feeling through that thought. You will see one by one, each thought creates some sensation in some internal organ in your body. Try to see the thoughts are, which thought is connected to which sensation happening inside your body. Try to settle down to the internal organ which is feeling the sensation by the thoughts which are coming out of your system. When you just sit, naturally some thought will come. Just see from where the thought is rising, or which part is getting some movement or irritation or any feeling through that thought. You will see one by one, each thought creates some sensation in some internal organ in your body. Try to see the thoughts are, which thought is connected to which sensation happening inside your body. Try to settle down to the internal organ which is feeling the sensation by the thoughts which are coming out of your system.
When you just sit, naturally some thought will come. Just see from where the thought is rising, or which part is getting some movement or irritation or any feeling through that thought. You will see one by one, each thought creates some sensation in some internal organ in your body. Try to see the thoughts are, which thought is connected to which sensation happening inside your body. Try to settle down to the internal organ which is feeling the sensation by the thoughts which are coming out of your system. When you just sit, naturally some thought will come. Just see from where the thought is rising, or which part is getting some movement or irritation or any feeling through that thought. You will see one by one, each thought creates some sensation in some internal organ in your body. Try to see the thoughts are, which thought is connected to which sensation happening inside your body. Try to settle down to the internal organ which is feeling the sensation by the thoughts which are coming out of your system.
When you just sit, naturally some thought will come. Just see from where the thought is rising, or which part is getting some movement or irritation or any feeling through that thought. You will see one by one, each thought creates some sensation in some internal organ in your body. Try to see the thoughts are, which thought is connected to which sensation happening inside your body. Try to settle down to the internal organ which is feeling the sensation by the thoughts which are coming out of your system. Today's topic is true knowledge. Everybody, every master, every spiritual person claims what they are teaching is the true knowledge. How to find out what we are hearing is the true knowledge? There should be a scale for satya. There should be a scale for truth. What is truth? There should be definition. There should be clear idea with which we can find out whether it is truth or not. Mahavira is giving the touchstone definition of satya here. Today we are going to enter into the Satya Sutra. He is giving the techniques, methods to find out what you are listening is a true knowledge or not. Through these beautiful sutras,
Before entering into the Mahavira Sutras, I wanted to discuss few things about this truth so that you will understand the greatness of Mahavira's words. See, one beautiful thing is Mahavira has lived Kshatriya life, the life of a king. To tell you honestly, if somebody has renounced the life of a king, he has seen the truth in reality. Please understand, an ordinary beggar becoming a Swami or renouncing the world, he has nothing to renounce. He has nothing to renounce. You can't even say he has renounced the world or he has achieved something. No. A king renouncing, that is the greatness. King achieving. One more thing, when a king achieves enlightenment, even his expression will be very sharp and to the core, to the point. He will speak to the point because basically he is brought up without fear. King is a guy who only creates fear in others. He doesn't have fear. He doesn't bother. He is not going to use the socially polite words. But a guy who was poor or a beggar or a person who lived in forest, even if he becomes enlightened, he will not talk the truth completely. He has to use the socially polite words. He can't tell the truth which goes against the vested interests of society or king. But when a king becomes enlightened, he doesn't bother. He says the truth in the best way. He presents the truth as it is. Here, the best expression is happening because Mahavira was king. See, one more thing, when you live a life with wealth and richness, you know all the secrets of human mind. Understand? Wealth gathers around you only when you know the secrets of human mind. How to handle human beings who are coming in front of you. Only a person who knows the basic secrets of human mind will acquire wealth, will become a leader. Only he can be a leader. Here Mahavira lived the life of a leader and expressing the truth of enlightenment. Very rare combination. Very rare combination. There are many different expressions by different masters. One, the person who was a beggar or who has never seen the world, just lived a life in forest and did meditation, became enlightened. His enlightenment will be the same, but his expression will not be sharp because his constitution or his mind, his inner software is not created based on fearlessness. One more thing, even after enlightenment, when you settle into the body, when you want to teach, you use the same mental setup which you left. You may not have the greed and fear which that mental setup was having earlier, before its enlightenment, but the setup will be the same. The software programming will be the same. Understand? This is an important revelation which you need to understand. Only then you will be able to appreciate the greatness of Mahavira's expression. If a beggar becomes enlightened, he may not have the fear or greed which he had before enlightenment, but the mental setup of living without possessing anything, or the mental setup of living by begging will be the same. So he has to use that mental setup only to teach, to relate with the world. Understand, the mental setup which you created, after enlightenment also you use the same mental setup. Only one difference, after enlightenment, if you want you can use, otherwise you can drop. You may have that freedom, but the mental setup, the software itself will be same. Here, Mahavira is having the best software to express enlightenment. The fearless leader software, through which he can see the depth and express it. The one thing what I express, that people who did not have anything, renounced the life, became enlightened. There are so many millions of examples I can give for this. Second, people who became enlightened but did not renounce after enlightenment. Example, Krishna, Janaka, all these great masters, they lived as kings, became enlightened, but they continued to live as kings. This is a second kind of a mental setup. One more thing, in this the difficulty is, they will express the truth with a clear software, with more clarity, better than the first group. Better than the first group, example is all rishis who lived in forest and became enlightened. They have never seen the world. So that is the first group. The second group, who lived as kings, became enlightened, but again continued to be as kings. Here the big problem is, their teachings is interpreted, experienced, understood by the people who have vested interests. Understand? When you are talking to your ministers, even if they don't understand, they have to listen. But Mahavir has no captive audience. Mahavir is not talking to captive audience. When Krishna is speaking to his ministers, when he is teaching to Arjuna, practically they are captive audience. Even if Arjuna doesn't want, he can't escape from Krishna. He has to listen because he is receiving some service from Krishna. When your boss makes some joke, you have to laugh. You can't do anything about it. You have to. Same way, when Janak is teaching, his whole court has to listen. They are captive audience. So, the person who is listening, whether he agrees or not, he has to listen. So, complete truth expression is not possible. It's not possible. I don't sit with my ashramites and take these spiritual classes. I give them only the instructions what to do. They ask me, what is this, Swamiji? You are not sitting and talking to us like this Shiva Sutras or Jain Sutras and all these sutras. I tell them, you guys are captive audiences. Whatever I talk, you have to listen, no other way. That way, truth can never be expressed. Truth cannot be expressed to a person who is bound to listen. Truth can be expressed only to a person who has got the freedom to doubt and question. Who has got the freedom to doubt. See, you have a freedom, you can doubt me. And you have a freedom, you can put a question. You have a freedom to go out. Only to you, truth can be delivered. Truth can be delivered in its purest form only to a person who is not receiving anything else from a master. If you receive something else from me, apart from truth, you may be sitting here for that. You can't receive the truth. You are not qualified to receive the truth. Here, the whole thing, if you see, has come in a beautiful way. Mahavira is the ultimate category. Was king who became enlightened and renounced the kingdom. He is teaching sitting on the platform of Satya. Only one thing is holding him, Satya. He doesn't have the title. He doesn't have any other title like a king. No. He is heard by the people just because he is enlightened. See, after enlightenment, if you are sitting on the throne of a king, people may hear you because you are king. You don't know what for he is sitting. You don't know why he is listening. You can't say people are sitting just because you are enlightened. They may be sitting because you are a king. There may be some other reason for you to sit. In India, during all our rituals, means the homas, yajnas, yaga, we give free food. But I never give free food during meditation programs. Because people may be sitting for food. I will not know whether they are sitting there to listen meditation or enlightenment or for food. I tell them give free food during yaga, during rituals, not during meditation. It is a disrespect to meditation. I don't want that. There should not be anything else associated with the spiritual truth. No. If you associate anything else with the spiritual truth, the possibility is there, the truth will not be heard properly. It will not be received properly. Here, Mahavir is talking to people who are not bound to him in any way. Who are not bound to him in any way. Seekers. One more thing. Seekers are the most dangerous people. Because you can't bind them. You can't bind them. And there is nothing which can bind them. You can bind them only by love and gratitude. So you can't even use the word binding. It can't be even a bondage. You can keep them together only based on love and gratitude. Here he is talking to a community of seekers who are not receiving anything else from him but truth. They are not there for anything else except truth. And he is not carrying any title. He has renounced all the titles. So nobody is sitting in front of him because he has got some title. Because he is a king of some place or he is somebody. No. People are sitting in front of him just to listen to the truth. He is a pure being without any personality, without any title. See, the word persona comes from a Greek root. In those days, the drama actors, they will use masks. That mask only is called persona. Personality means the mask which you are using. Janak has got mask. He is a king. Ashtavakra has to listen to him. No other way. Or the Sugabrahma, sorry, not Ashtavakra. Ashtavakra actually taught Janaka. Sugabrahma came to listen from Janaka. Sugabrahma has to listen because Janaka is a king. Sugabrahma is a captive audience. He is captured. He has to. Whenever a king speaks, you can't tell anything. But here with Mahavir, there is no other relationship except the master and seeker. The purity of relationship is important to maintain the purity of the teaching, purity of the truth. And one more thing, Mahavir has no vested interest. He is not talking to his people to make them do something. No, there is no ulterior motive. There is no goal. Whatever is said and done, Krishna has got a motive to deliver Gita. All he needs is Arjuna has to fight now. So he has to talk. He has to express the truth in such a way that Arjuna will start fighting. There is an ulterior motive. And not only that, Krishna is running a community. He is running a kingdom. So naturally, his words has to be heard. So the purity of relationship is not there. One more thing, Arjuna was thinking himself as a friend. That's why in Gita he says, Krishna, forgive me. I thought you are my friend. Hey Krishna, hey Yadava, hey Shaketi. I called you as Yadava by your community name. I called you as my friend because he was thinking as a friend. So the purity of relationship is not there. You can't deliver a truth to your friend. You can deliver a truth only to a seeker. Here, the best mental setup, best software, and the greatest enlightenment, greatest experience of enlightenment, and right persons with the right attitude sitting in front of Mahavir. So the best truth is being delivered. True knowledge is coming out. He is giving us the scale. He is teaching us what is Satya and how to find out whether something is truth or not. One more thing, even Patanjali, the greatest scientist of the inner world, says Apta Pramana, the words of an enlightened beings can be accepted as a truth. So that can be considered as a scale. If an enlightened being says, you can take it for granted, it is truth. But Mahavir says no. He doesn't even want to say that anything told by an enlightened being is truth. No. Because who knows whether somebody is enlightened or not? God doesn't give certificate. What to do? We don't have a certificate. So Mahavir goes a step further. He is not accepting Apta Pramana. He is not accepting Vedas are the ultimate truth. No. Apta is not accepted in Buddhism and in Jainism. Both religions, Apta Pramana is not accepted. Apta Pramana means the words of the enlightened ones. No. They say everything should be scrutinized. There is no such thing as Apta Pramana. There is no such thing as words of the enlightened beings. No. Everything has to be scanned. Everything has to be analyzed. He is giving beautiful teachings to find out what is truth and which is true knowledge. One more thing, please understand, this true knowledge, this is like a touchstone. If you use these sutras and analyze all your decisions which runs your life, all your ideas which is base for your life, you will achieve Satya. Lord so says, if you are established in truth, you don't have to do any spiritual practice. If you understand this one sutra and redefine all your decisions, ideas, concepts about your life, you don't need to practice any spiritual discipline. You are enlightened this moment. All you need to do is redefine all your ideas. See, there are only few pillars on which your life is standing. Your life is established. Your desires, your idea about yourself, means positioning yourself. How you position yourself in the inner world. Understand, I am not talking about how you position yourself in the outer world. That all of you know, it's not worthy. Not only that, it's a pure lies. All of you know Whatever you may talk about yourself to others, but you don't believe that. You may make others to believe. You really don't believe. Just look inside. You can laugh at yourself. I always tell people, really, when you sit alone and start thinking what all you project as you, actually if you really believe what all you project as you, by now you would have become enlightened. Because Ramakrishna says, Man Muk Ek Karo, means the mind and the words, if you make it as one, you are enlightened. If you believe what you speak about you, you are enlightened. Actually, whatever you speak about you, start believing that in a strong way is also a spiritual practice. Whatever you are talking about you, I am this, I am that, you don't know me, all those things you start believing. But the difficulty is you won't believe, that's the problem. When you try to believe also, your mind will tell, you can talk all these things to others, not to me. If at all you can, people come to me. Many times I have seen, they come to me and they just wanted to throw their weight to impress me. And they come and tell me, you know, I am this, I am doing that, I do so many philanthropical activities, I do this, I do that, I have so much wealth and I give so much and all those things. The end of the conversation, I ask them only one thing. Sir, do you really believe now whatever you said? They say, what? Yes, we do believe, that's why we are talking to you. I tell them, do this only one thing as a spiritual practice. Go back. Now whatever you told me, write it down. Again and again, help yourself to believe that. That's enough. Either you should tune your mind to your walk, or you should tune your walk to your mind. Either you should tune your words to your mind, or tune your mind to your words. Some one thing, all Ramakrishna says is, let your word and mind be tuned. You can do anything. Either talk only what you believe as you, or believe what you talk as you, what you talk about you. Then you won't have pus. You won't have cancer. The gap between the words and what you believe, that space is what I call cancer or depression. If you are carrying a depression in you, be very clear, you have that gap between your words and your being, between your words and what you believe. If you can remove that gap, you will not have the tumor which I call depression. See, any person who does not have depression is enlightened. If you are not enlightened, be very clear, you carry depression. The gap between your word and what you believe as you. The other day, one of our devotees was telling me, another one devotee who saw this latest movie, Secret movie, he came and told him, I became enlightened from today. And the guy who was talking to him, he is a strong intellectual guy. He took him to task. Within 10 minutes, that fellow lost the enlightenment. He was trying to convince himself for years or months that he is enlightened. This fellow took away his enlightenment in 10 minutes. He is only telling others he is enlightened. He himself is not able to believe. Because anybody can come and talk to you and in 10 minutes you lose your enlightenment. Then what kind of enlightenment? Either you should have courage to really believe what you are talking, or talk only what you believe. See, one thing, important thing, this is an important truth which you should know. Sometime you may radiate enlightenment without even knowing the word enlightenment. I have seen in Himalayas, there was a great Mahatma, one Naga Baba. Naga Baba means doesn't wear clothes. I had the fortune to be at his feet for 6 months. I was blessed, fortunate enough to be at his feet. He will always be smoking ganja. What do you call? Marijuana. Huh? You may think that how can a person who is smoking ganja be enlightened? That's what I also thought. When I went to serve him, you see, traditionally you are supposed to serve elderly sadhus to achieve enlightenment. So before my enlightenment, I was serving. Wherever I see some elderly sadhu, I'll go and sit at his feet. I'll give them whatever food I can collect and give, beg and give, and wash their vessels, and whatever little help, small help I can do, I used to do. One thing I was surprised, I have never seen him eating. No food and no water, except ganja, nothing else. I was shocked. But such a pleasing person, I don't have any word. When you go and sit around him, you will feel so beautiful. And you will feel like sitting around him because he was so innocent. He is not even aware he is innocent. He is not even aware he is innocent. I have never seen him wearing any clothes. He's an avaduta, Naga, no clothes. And he is not even bothered. He is not bothered about anything around the world. Anything which is happening around him in the world is just in a high state of samadhi. One day I asked him, Baba, you are such a great person, why are you smoking ganja? And don't you think it is an immoral thing? And people will start smoking, seeing you. And already they are doing. They want only some reference. They want only some reference. And especially a person with a reverence, if he becomes a reference, then you can do anything. I asked him. He said that beautiful word. Fool, you think that a big elephant can be tied inside a small hut? I can't live inside the body without any desire. So I have to just dull myself. Understand? When he said, I saw the authenticity. The other guy also, one more guy came and spoke to me. He said, Swamiji, I am also smoking to put me inside the body. I told him, do whatever that Naga Baba is doing, then do this also. He doesn't wear clothes, he doesn't eat, he doesn't drink. You also do all those things. Then do these things. Then you can justify. You can't just do whatever you want unless it becomes your experience. One important thing I saw in him, when he was telling that I had to dull myself, it was an authentic truth. His mind and his words were in one line. Not only that, when you live around him, you realize he is established in Satya. He is established in truth, not for any vested interests. See, if somebody doesn't eat or smoke, if somebody doesn't eat or drink, they would have made a big business out of that power. But I have never seen him making big fuss about it. If people ask him, why you don't eat, Baba? He says, who will get up and go and cook and eat? Forget about it. He will not even show that it is a big power. You won't even see that ego, that he lives without food and water. No. When you are really established in truth, you will not be aware of your own powers. You will only radiate, but you will not know those words. I asked him, what is Atmajnana? He does not even know that word, but he is an Atmajnani. What to do? is radiating Atmajnana, is radiating enlightenment, but he doesn't know the word. And he said, I am fortunate I did not learn about Brahman. I achieved Brahmajnana because I did not learn those words. Same way Ramana Maharshi. When people ask him, what is the Brahmajnana, what is the Atmajnana? He said, I am fortunate I did not learn those words before my enlightenment. Because learning some words may postpone your enlightenment. Sometimes learning too many words will postpone your enlightenment. I always tell people, never read any book which is written by an unenlightened person. Don't read anything which is written by an unenlightened person. No. Because you may create words which will stop your enlightenment. You will create a negative software which is not supporting the enlightenment process. Enlightened person's words will create a positive software in you which is constantly inspiring you towards enlightenment. See, in the end, all enlightened masters will be pushing you towards sadhana, towards enlightenment. One of the Ramakrishna's disciple, his name is Brahmananda. He says, if you read Ramakrishna's words, there is a beautiful book called Kathamrita, Sri Ramakrishna Kathamrita, we call in English Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna. He says, if you read that book every day for 1 year, I assure you will have the darshan of the ultimate. You will experience enlightenment. You will be shocked. How can a person assure? How can a person say that enlightenment in 1 year, guaranteed? I tell you, when you read these master's words again and again, when you listen these great master's words again and again, you create a new software, you create a new mental setup, which reminds you the ultimate truth again and again, which inspires you towards that higher ideal again and again. Every day, you are again put on the track. You are again inspired to run. You are again given the enthusiasm to take up the journey. It's like a everyday inspiration, and it creates a new mental setup. It is true, when you read or listen to the master's words for 1 year, and 1 year is too much time. 1 year is enough to create a mental setup which will radiate enlightenment. It's like there is a light. In every one of you, that light is there. In front of the light, if there is a wall, that light can't shine. If there is a glass, that light can penetrate and it can shine. Putting glass instead of wall is reading enlightened beings' words. As of now, you have a big wall. In front of your light, the Swayam Prakasa Jyoti, the self-effulging light, which is inside your being, you have put big wall. That wall is your mind. If you just put a glass instead of that wall, the glass means the mental setup which can allow that light to express itself. The mental setup which does not block or stop that light expressing itself. You will see that enlightenment is radiating through your senses. It is radiating through your being. See, I can't even say enlightenment needs to be achieved. No. Your senses are supposed to be purified so that that light can penetrate and express through it. That's all. All of you are having it. No doubt about it. All you need to do is purify your body and mind so that you can allow that to express through it, so that it can radiate. Nothing else needs to be done. The purifying mechanism or the alchemy process You can't even call as mechanism. Alchemy process is what I call flooding yourself with this truth, Satya. Vivekananda says, flood your whole being with the truth. Whatever can be washed away, let it be washed away. The earlier they are washed away, better for you and the people who are around you. See one thing, if you have a clear idea about what you believe as you and what you talk about you, what you express as you and what you believe as you will attract that same kind of people around you and you will live completely ease. See, one thing, there is no such thing as morality. If you have the wrong ideas about morality, only then you need to hide what you are and you need to project what you want, what people want you. You need to project yourself as society expects you to be if you have the wrong ideas about morality. The only one thing you need to understand is just be what you are. This is the ultimate morality. If you lose some friends because of that, perfectly alright, nothing wrong. It is better to lose your friends than yourself. If you present yourself as your friends want you to be, you will lose you. You are more valuable than your friends. Understand? One more important thing. If you start talking about you which is not you, by and by you will get confused who are you. Now really. See, whatever you speak continuously, you start believing that as a truth. That's a big difficulty. Really, take this as a simple spiritual practice and try to do. Just 10 days again and again tell everybody that you are a honest person, you are a person with the truth, you are a person with the truth. Just continuously, even if they are not ready to listen, you talk. Just say, after 10 days you will start really believing it. Whatever you start telling, you start believing, and what belief you had about you already, if that is same, then you fall in tune. This becomes a spiritual practice. But what you are believing is different, and what you are saying now, if it is different, then there is a conflict between you and you. Whether to create conflict between you and you or create easiness between you and you is in your hands. Constantly, if you say something, you start believing, and the difficulty is, if your unconscious is already believing something else, you have difficulty between, war starts between your conscious and unconscious. One more thing, person who is established in truth will not have dreams. All dreams is a fight between your conscious and unconscious mind. Whenever the frequency of your consciousness rises, you will come out of your dreams. Conscious mind is waiting to overcome the dream state, and the dream state is waiting to overcome the conscious state. Your life is nothing but the struggle between these two. The moment your conscious mind rests, dream state takes over. And the moment your dream state is exhausted with the material, your conscious mind takes over. Understand? It's like if the dream state is exhausted, if it doesn't have any more material, no fuel, then conscious state takes over. If the conscious state has no fuel, dream state takes over. If both of them has no fuel, then deep sleep state, the sushupti, comes up. Your whole life is a fight between these three. Whoever is strong, Whoever has got more samskaras, they rule you. That's all. If you are suffering without deep sleep, without sleep, means you are conscious and unconscious, means that your Jakrat and Swapna has got too much of samskara. They are not ready to relax. They are not ready to give space for your Sushupti. They say enough. No, we don't need Sushupti. We have enough fuel. We have enough of desires. We have enough of anxiety. We have enough of fear to create again and again more and more scenes in front of us. One more thing you need to understand. What you see during the waking state, this auditorium, me sitting in front of you, your friends, the chair on which you are sitting, everything is created out of the same stuff in which dreams are created. Understand? Let me repeat once more. Whatever you are seeing now, this auditorium, the person who is sitting in front of you, and the person who is sitting next to you, and the chair on which you are sitting, everything is created out of the same stuff out of which your dreams are created. Now you have difficulties. Now you have a lot of difficulties. Array, for this only I am working from morning till night. No, maybe this auditorium is created out of the same stuff, but not my house and my car. No. Whatever you are seeing, whether in dream or in waking state, is created out of same stuff. Understand? I am just thinking what words to use to tell you the authenticity of this truth. Because this one understanding will put you on Satya. Will just put you on Satya, the truth. One more thing, this one understanding will liberate you from all your anxiety and you will become the best manager. If you know you are creating your wealth, if you know you are projecting and seeing things around you, you can create miracles. You can make miracles happen around you. See, it's like any slide which is kept in front of a projector light becomes reality in the screen. It appears as a reality in the screen. So if you want to change the scenes in the screen, going and scratching the screen will not work. Or trying to fight with the lights will not work. Just do a small correction on the slide. It is done. Your life is just like that. Projector light is your consciousness, and the slide is your samskaras, and the screen is the life which you are living. Now you are fighting with the screen or the light beams. You are trying to push the light beam. No, move. But you don't understand, you can't even grasp it. Fighting with the screen is not going to work. A small story. One guy fully drunk came back to house late night and fell on the way, but he doesn't want to create any sound, so he came very politely, silently, entered the house, covered himself with the blanket, but suddenly he realized blood is there all over his face, ran to the bathroom, tried to put bandage, tried to dress himself, put some medicine and bandage and everything. So came back, somehow managed to sleep. Next day morning, wife started shouting at him, "Fool,
Did you drink and come last night? He said, drinking. Why? He started acting. He doesn't know anything. He's innocent. No. How do you know? I drank and came. No. I came a little late because there was too much work in the office. She said, no. I can be sure you are drunk. You were drunk. He asked, how do you know? How can you be sure? Because you put the bandage on the mirror, not on your face. Seeing the mirror, he put all the bandage on the mirror. Understand, you working with the outer world is nothing but putting the bandage on the mirror. That is not going to heal you. That is no way going to help you. No. You may have an idea that you have put some bandage, you have put some medicine. You may try to sleep with the idea that you will be okay by tomorrow morning. No. Working with the beam, light beams is not going to help. Fighting with the screen is not going to help. Just do little small correction on the slide. And I tell you, doing small correction on the slide needs intelligence. That is where the problem starts. You do not have that much of sensitivity look into your life that you are creating it, you are projecting it, you are expressing it, because you never connected and verified all the outer world incidents and your inner world thoughts. You neither gave that much time to yourself, nor had the intelligence to connect and see. Sitting, connecting and seeing how your thoughts are creating your world is what I call meditation. People come and tell me, Swamiji, in meditation I am getting too many thoughts, what to do? Please understand, meditation is not trying to create thoughtless state. It may happen in the end, but when you sit in the beginning, you will not have thoughtless state, and you are not asked to meditate immediately to get the thoughtless state. No. Whenever I ask people to meditate, first thing I expect them to have is thoughts which creates intelligence, thoughts which creates clarity, and the thoughts which gives life solutions. First, in the beginning, when you sit with yourself, you will have only these things inside you. You will not experience thoughtless state immediately. You will have pratyagara and dharana. Only then dhyan will happen. In the beginning, when you sit, all your problems will come up and you will start having life solutions. All the thoughts about solving your problems, you will have that clarity. So I tell people, even if thoughts are not disappearing, don't stop sitting. Because first time when you sit with yourself, it's like appointment with yourself. All the things which needs to settled, all the things which needs clarification, all those things will be happening inside you. You will be falling in tune with Satya. You will be falling in tune with the truth itself. Here, Mahavir is giving beautiful sutras, beautiful teachings to measure some idea or some truth is Satya or not. Understand? He is not teaching you to speak truth. Because if you position yourself in Satya, if you are established in Satya, speaking truth will be an automatic thing. It will become a natural thing for you. If you are practicing just verbal Satya, please understand, that is not the ultimate Satya. If you are practicing only verbal Satya, any time you may
escape from it. You may move away from it. Even the so-called Dharmaraja, who is considered to be a great Satyavan, means the Satya, established, great speaker of truth, has lied. A small story in Mahabharata, such a wonderful story. Mahabharata and Ramayana, the great epics of India, still world's longest poems. Mahabharata and Ramayana remains as world's longest poem still. Beautiful story in Mahabharata. To kill Dronacharya, you have to depress him mentally. Unless you depress him mentally, you can't reduce his power. If you put somebody in depression, they will have shoulder pain and they will not be able to handle their hands powerfully and they can be defeated. As long as Drona's hands are powerful, he can't be defeated because his power in handling the bow and arrow is so powerful. You need to put him in depression. Only then he can be conquered. Dronacharya is the teacher of Kauravas and Pandavas. Now, Krishna wants Drona to be put in depression. Otherwise, he can't be killed. He can't be conquered. He can't be conquered directly. Physically, his power is extraordinary because he is a teacher. Naturally, no student can cross a teacher. The only way to put Drona into depression is telling that his son has died because he is too attached with his son. That's the only samskara in him which can put him in depression. He is unclutched, detached from everything else. Putra Soga can put him in depression. Means the suffering related to son can put him in depression. That's the only thing, only possibility. Now somebody has to tell Drona that his son Aswathama has died. And if normal people tell him this information, he may not believe. He may go to verify. He may not immediately believe. The only person everybody believes is Dharmaraja. This Dharma, Yudhishthira is supposed to be a person who speaks only truth.